Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on Monday, May 18th. Interest rates spiking. Volatility is your friend, folks. A lot to talk about today. Joining me in studio live, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
Straight out of the pit she was, and that's Pittsburgh. Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning,
Craig. And Senior Market Strategist, fresh out of Pittsburgh himself, the one and only Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is a beautiful morning here on the island. Let's do this.
Yeah. Beautiful morning here in Naples as well. Chat, hope you're all doing well. I missed you all while I was gone. Back this week, looking forward to get back. And busy week. I mean, rates are the story. Really, oil's the story. And we'll talk a lot about that. I mean, we all know that Shy's been saying higher for longer in oil. I put in my morning note this morning, inflation's transitory. Rate said, hold my beer. And we'll see what happens here. Bond markets, lowest they've been in about a year. I don't know if they've taken out last year's low, but they're lows for the year, which is important. So ZB, ZN continue with pressure on them this morning. 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.58%, which is the highest I've seen it in some time. Again, equity indexes, nothing matters to them until it matters to them. I think at worst, this is causing a consolidation and volatility in equities. We know it's causing some selling in metals because metals are very much tied to interest rates. Gold this morning is off a little bit. Platinum off about 15, gold off about 6. Not much, but nonetheless, they are feeling that pressure from rates. Dollar, a little bit of weakness against the currencies. Bitcoin sub 78,000. Heard the boys last night on the crypto closeout talk about 78 as being key. They also talk about how weak Ethereum always is. They said if you want to get short of crypto, get short ETH. They did say that. Tom Lee doesn't like that. 2141 in the ETH futures. And again, equity indexes off a little bit this morning. They just had a spike back. Of course, we will go to the one and only Shy for that news and the news. Shy, the news.
All right. So the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, day 79. Just start off with that.
You and Craig are the. All right, I don't need do we need a Hormuz counter? I mean, you guys are brutal. It's going to be 179. I'm just telling you.
All right. So over the weekend, Trump posted on Truth Social for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. President DJT. Plus, there was a drone attack on the perimeter of a nuclear facility in UAE. So obviously we had crude higher in the overnight. WTI hit 104.37, Brent 112.03. And the crude market is wagging the tail, as I wrote, wagging the tail of the dog, as I wrote this morning. Oil and yields 10-year yields are 88% correlated. So you can see crude rips, break-evens fall, nominals repriced, term premium widens, and when crude leads, yields follow. And today, or overnight, that was the textbook print. Then this morning, we had a curveball right before we got on the air. TASM, which is the Iranian propaganda state arm, said that the U.S. proposed a temporary waiver on Iran oil sanctions. They cited a source close to the negotiating team. Whether this is true or not, we don't know. We'll find out for the U.S. Obviously, this is not coming from the U.S. We did not renew the waivers for Russian oil, so I'm not certain that they would renew the waivers for Iranian oil, but we shall find out. Anyway, everything reversed on that. Crude down, equities back up, and yields lower. And that's kind of reversing again a little bit because this is unconfirmed data, but that's okay. And then the big news overnight that everybody is talking about is JGB yields hit another all-time high of 4.337% overnight. This obviously also affects the U.S. Treasury markets for deep pocket local investors. For example, Japan life insurance insurers in particular, they strategically shift towards bringing capital back home as they allow their foreign bond portfolios, which are heavily concentrated in U.S. Treasuries, to mature and put money into the domestic debt instead of reinvesting abroad as those yields rise. And the loss of that kind of marginal buyer creates a structural demand void, forcing U.S. yields higher to attract new buyers. In other Mideast news, we had just news right before we got back on. Also, apparently Pakistan has deployed 8,000 troops, a squadron of fighter jets, and an air defense system to Saudi Arabia under a mutual defense pact. The deployment was confirmed by 3 security officials and 2 government sources. The terms of the agreement are confidential, but both sides said it requires Pakistan and Saudi Arabia to come to each other's defense in the event of an attack. So security forces are building up in the Middle East, at least on the Saudi Arabia side. So we'll see as this drags on. Moving over to gold. Central banks are expected to step up gold buying, helping prices to recover by year end, according to Goldman Sachs. They are expected to pick up to an average of 60 tons per month over 2026 under a revised framework. The 12-month average of purchases was 50 tons in March, up from the prior figure of 29. So they expect another 10 tons to be bought by central banks. They said that they believe that this will raise year-end gold prices. Something to keep in mind. Quickly, under private credit, we have federal prosecutors are scrutinizing the valuation of practices at BlackRock's private credit fund. The Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office has been seeking information about TCP Capital Corp, and their executives have been questioned as part of the probe. So we'll see how that goes. Jim Clayton, who runs the SDNY, said that he was concerned about how firms value private assets and that people should know that the financial regulators and departments are looking at those. So private credit under scrutiny. And then there was this big to-do because on Friday, Moody's downgraded the U.S. off its AAA credit rating. It's really not that big of a deal. The S&P took it off in 2011, Fitch in 2023, so they're just finally the last credit agency to do so. I don't think it's as big a deal as they were making it. People were making it on X. And then last but not least, for data, very quiet data, we have at 8:30 New York Fed services activity, and then at 10 NAHB housing market index. So quiet.
Yep. Well, I don't think markets are going to be quiet. Quiet maybe on the data front. I mean, even the news front, nothing really, I think, too much. Obviously, that news this morning that came out got the tape moving a little bit, but the tape wants to move right now. That's what it feels like to me. Rates where they are, bonds near lows. You heard Shai talk about the future of gold prices potentially going higher. Not if rates stay where they are. We'll see, right? I mean, but is it the story? Is it rates? Is it oil? What is it?
Well, yeah, I think the story last week was rates for sure. We had a real big move in global bond indices last week, and we also had a decent move in oil, and equity indices kind of yawned it off. And as we talked about, it was an expiry week. It was the supportive positioning. It was kind of keeping things together until Friday, right? We saw, the Trump-Xi meeting kind of came and went, nothing really done there to any large degree. And then we wake up Friday and people are starting to get concerned again, right? There's no big headlines. Is the geopolitical risk going to come back? Look at the bond market, look at oil, and equities finally have a fall because some of that supportive positioning is gone. Tomorrow morning is VIX expiry, so you get some more supportive positioning off the board then. But the big day this week is Wednesday, Fed minutes, 20-year auction, NVIDIA after the close, right? So you're going to get, kind of the trifecta there. What was the rationale for the Fed's move in a more hawkish direction? 3 dissenting votes at the last meeting. How is the 20-year demand going to be, given that yields now are basically making highs back to 2007 in the U.S.? And then what is the outlook for AI capex, NVIDIA's earnings, the outlook, the spending, the free cash flow? We're kind of going to get the trifecta there of how the markets will react to that. We're at the highs here. That supportive positioning is still there, but it's lower. It's at kind of the cyclical lows for the month. And so the window of potential weakness is open. If bonds keep selling off, if oil keeps rallying, equities are going to have a much more difficult time not facing that reality. And I mentioned over last night on the Sunday Open, just the divergences that we've been seeing, right? The worst performing sectors under the hood are things that are more rate sensitive. Housing, retail, utilities, regional banks. Those are the areas of the market that are rate sensitive, have really been underperforming. What's been doing well? Energy and semis. So you have that kind of, barbell approach, bifurcated market, bifurcated economy. This week will be a big week to see kind of, are we going to start moving in a more correlated fashion, or is this divergence going to really, just kind of continue to run unabated?
Yeah, so far the market, Jimmy, has been able to go higher with higher oil, but now that rates are higher, that's where the market, I think, is taking a pause right now. And let's take a quick look at the tape, and we'll discuss that. S&P, NASDAQ, Dow, all off very minimally, down maybe 0.1% across the board. Dow's getting hit the most. It's going to zero, as Pharm would say. Dow is just done. I mean, the NASDAQ is going to pass the Dow. It's going to happen. That's where this divergence is. That's the trade. Long NASDAQ, short Dow. Natural gas up nearly 2.5%. Not a ton. 69 ticks. Up, as Pharm would say, it's just math, up 3, up to 329 in there. And then heating oil, again, remains bid, 395. Crude, 101. In the July contract, pretty much flat, but when I got up to like 104 last night-ish.
Yep.
Gold off again, modestly, not a ton, 45, 55. Copper's at 626. Silver's at 76, 79. Silver's down nearly 1%, the weakest of all the metals. And then platinum is down 14 to 1978. Bonds up there. They went down near, I talked to Pax yesterday right after the Sunday show, and he was like, they just have to hold right here. This is a key area. It's like if they don't hold like 110.01, which they did hold, I don't know if they exactly traded that level, but they're back up to 110.24, up 4 ticks today. 10 years up a tick and a half, 109.07. 10-year yield, as I mentioned, is 4.59. Weakness in the dollar, very minimal. If anything, you see the pound up 0.5%. Commodities are actually getting a little bit of a bid today. Corn is up 3.5%. Soybeans is up 2.25%. Inflation, Jimmy, inflation.
It is coming big time. I was looking at the 10-year note market this morning. Our yields were cash yield this morning, and the 10-year was over 4.6. And I went back in time and said, when do we have those yields so low? We had them in January 2025. We had those levels again in October 2023. As a matter of fact, 2023 was quite a bit lower from a pricing point of view on the 10-year notes. So, it's a really kind of nice, subtle ascending triangle, I guess you can call it, we're poised to break down to the bottom side. And from a technical analysis charting point of view, there's plenty of targets down here. We keep 1, 2, 3 sets of lows here that are below where we're trading at right now. So I don't know if we're done here with the bonds and notes. I'll go into detail on both of them on the Edge report, but this is looking, as you mentioned the other day, Anthony, this is looking heavy. What's the impact on the equity markets? I don't know, but by all reports, the equity indices do not like midterm election years. So between now and October, most of the time, it's a relatively decent size drawdown. So when is it going to start? I don't know. Are we unique this time with the war and all the other things going on? I don't know, but I expect some kind of drawdown there too as well.
It's funny, we say equities don't like a lot of things, but they sure keep going up. And again, Wednesday's a big week, Craig, as you said, 20-year auction, NVIDIA. Those are two things that are very important right now. The AI story is going to be tied to NVIDIA. Can't wait for single stock options during those times. Going to be keeping an eye on what those markets are doing to impact the indexes and the bond market. Those are the two things right now. But again, it's all really driven by oil. Oil stays higher for longer. You're saying commodities catch a bid. Interest rates are reacting off of the price of commodities. Equity traders are going to look at things and say nothing matters until it does, and then it all is going to happen at once. But every commodity person I follow, obviously Shai's been saying this, there's really going to be a problem with commodities. There's going to be a problem with oil, which impacts everything.
Yeah, and Jeff Curry, the former Goldman head, had a big tweet thread over I think it was out on Friday over the weekend, kind of talking similar about some of these structural supply-demand imbalances that are going to be with us for quite some time. Shai's been talking about it ad nauseum for months now as well. And so this is going to be a dynamic that's here to stay. The issue I think markets are having with is, and they're jumpy, right? Markets are a little bit more skittish now because some of that supportive flow is gone, but also the president is, we still have tweet risk, right? Iran's close to a deal. I'm going to blow him up, right? We're kind of back and forth here, back in the headlines. It seems like there is some back and forth here on negotiations, but we'll see. It seems like Trump's patience is getting worn down. Another interesting thing for tomorrow is Putin is flying to China to meet with Xi right on the heels of Trump leaving. So, it could be another interesting thing. There was a lot of talk about Taiwan and whether or not the U.S. will defend Taiwan if something were to happen. So, who really knows? These are big meetings that happen, and we're not privy to what goes on here, but we see the aftermath there. So it's an important macro week this week, but you're right. Bonds are the key. Hard for the equity markets to not react when the bond market volatility starts to pick up. The MOVE index, not the best proxy, but had a big jump up on Friday. Interest rate volatility starting to move here is something that becomes a little bit more difficult for equities as an asset class to digest, particularly right after expiry when the supportive flows are down. So again, this is the time when the possibility that those things that we've been talking about before that should matter, they can actually matter now with less of a headline because some of that supportive positioning is now behind us.
Because we're in that window.
That's right.
As small of a window as it may be, we're in it. Shai, back to you. I think when I look at themes, when I look at environment, this market environment today I think it's pretty straightforward. You have rates making highs, bonds making lows. It hurts metals. To me, metals, if you want a macro backdrop, everybody, and I know most of you are technical, I get it. I am mostly too. Metals are going to be probably more of a sell the rally with the bond market, the way that it's trading. You have the energy market, which remains very strong, still buy the dip type market. And now you have an equity market that's recognizing what's happening there. And you don't have to think too much about it. You don't want to hurt your complexion too much. Don't think too much about it. And equity markets are probably two-way tape. Volatility for traders. Again, there's times where technicals and fundamentals all line up across the board and equities are just bid. I think equities are feeling the ebb and flow. So now you have a two-way tape, and we saw it overnight. You had weakness, you had strength, markets, pulling back in both directions. You finally have a tape that's not just straight up. I don't know what you think about this market environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wrote that in my morning note this morning that, if literally pull up a bond chart and an oil chart, and they, every time oil rallies, you have bonds pulling back. Every time we see a pullback in crude oil, we see the bond market is able to rally a little bit. And put that next to an equity chart, put that next to NASDAQ, put it next to ES. Keep a bond chart up, you guys. It's really simple. Watch what the bonds are doing. If the bonds start tanking, you're probably going to have some problem in the equity market. That probably means oil's moving higher. And so I really think this is one of those times. We always say bonds matter till they don't, or don't matter until they do. This is when they matter. We've had a huge move to the downside with velocity. That spooks all of the market. So this is a time when the bond market really is going to be front and foremost in moving the equity markets and moving the commodity markets in general. So,
Yeah.
got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, exactly. Jimmy, back to you. When I look at this environment, again, I don't think too much about it. The equity market's finally starting to realize the volatility in rates, which creates, to me, a two-way tape. I don't think it's straight down from here by any stretch. I don't think you want to ever get too bearish equities on a down move coming off of all-time highs. How's that worked out for anybody? But again, the signs are there where at least volatility is back. We're also below the 8-day moving average. I watch the 8-day. I don't know which one you watch for the short term. So you have seen some pullback in indexes finally. And again, energy markets, they're the ones that buy the dip if you're looking for one side. Metals are the ones that probably sell the rally just because gold had a chance to really run. It didn't because of rates. What are you thinking about the environment today, Jimmy?
Yeah, no, I know. You know, the equity markets are just so resilient. I look at that 8 EMA on daily, and we're right at it right now. We've been just kind of walking uphill on from that 8 ever since we turned this thing around back at the end of March. So it's still looking pretty strong. We're miles away from any normal retracement or pullback, but we did have a big red candle Friday. One red candle does not make a trend. So we got to see what happens this week to see if we get buyers back into this market right now and if the bond market kind of stabilizes or continues its downward trend. My guess is the latter. So the correlation here isn't 100% negative or 100% positive. It's somewhat in the middle. So it's kind of hard to predict one versus the other. But right now, it's kind of correlated positively right now with bonds and equities in the last 2 days only. But that could change any given Sunday. So we've got to really keep an eye on support levels, resistance levels, gamma levels, to see when those are broken. And we're going to have a lot of these that are going to be broken coming up here in a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, this morning when I look at, I finally have the MenthorQ levels up on my chart. If you don't have them, I highly recommend you check out what they're doing. I've been watching them, been traveling over the last week or so, kind of on the road a lot, and I've got with Fabio from MenthorQ, got them on my chart, and really they're really spectacular, to be honest with you. Some levels to watch this morning. 74.01 is the put support level in ES. Keep a close eye on that. And then this morning on that rally, when we had that little bit of a news that came out and it spiked the NASDAQ, we got to GEX level 1, which is 29,269. I mean, I can't believe it's a 69. I mean, come on, man. The Pharm will he be with us later to talk about this? Yeah, we will. But no, again, that's another important levels to watch that this morning. I think and put support in the NASDAQ is 29,000. And so again, those are some levels just to keep an eye on. Craig, we're in the window of weakness, right? And
potential weakness.
That's the thing, right? It's potential weakness where there's the windows of strength, and it's the potential weakness. That's how strong equities always are.
Exactly.
So to walk us through what that looks like right now.
Yeah, look, it's basically suggesting that you're shifting the probability distribution to where things can matter more that we've been looking at, right? Because the supportive flows that take place during the run-up into expiry have dissipated, right, to the lowest levels of the month. And so we had expiry on Friday, and so any of the buybacks that we had or the hedges that were in place for May expiry are now gone, and so dealer overall positioning levels are muted. Now, the broad regime is still in positive gamma, and so there's still a dynamics for dealers kind of buying dips and selling rallies. And then obviously the zero data expiry stuff comes in every day, and that could change. We could have negative gamma pockets, on a very short-term basis. But broadly speaking, it means that the fundamental things we talk about in the morning and the things that I generally look at across asset classes matter more this week than they mattered last week. And so if we're identifying these moves in rates, these moves in oil, and now importantly too, the dollar, I talked about that a little bit last week, is starting to pick up a little bit of positive momentum. If you start to get an environment where you have dollar up, yields up, oil up, now you're throwing a lot of heat at the equity indices. It makes it harder for fundamental guys and macro investors and others who look at equities as an asset class and saying, this is the time to be adding capital here. They won't be. They'll be reducing. Plus, the volatility starts to accelerate. Vol control funds, VAR models, those types of systematic investors are going to be reducing exposure too. Then you start to create those 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 type scenarios that could create more of a pullback. Those pullbacks are more difficult in the run-up into expiry. They're a little bit easier now that supportive positioning is behind us.
Yeah, for day traders out there, here's what I could tell you, is that when I first became a full-time day trader, the environments did not shift the way that they do today. Market environments shift much quicker. It's just the reality of it, right? Headlines come in and they change things very quickly. Obviously, social media, we all know it's been here for a while now, but anything that hits the wires from the president changes the tape very quickly. Something that I think is very important to note, in order to become, I think, a long-term successful trader, you do have to understand different market environments, and you're never going to catch all the ebbs and flows of these news cycles. They are what they are, right? But these windows of weaknesses that started, and I think Jem Carson, I've talked about. I actually had lunch with Jem last week, and we had a great conversation about stuff, and I think he's opened, like a lot of people on social media's eyes, to understand these flows, right? And so if there's anything you could take away from these morning sessions with us is understand these market environments. When the macros matter more, it's right now, right? When the equities have those incoming flows, those flows coming in, it's not going to matter as much. In order to become, again, a better long-term trader, right? Not just someone who follows a strategy. You have to understand these environments. And to me, like right now, coming into today, seeing the bond market doing what it's doing, understand how it's actually impacting equity indexes is important. It helps you get better. Hopefully it's helping you all as well. Shai, final word before we get to Jimmy's Ed report.
So yeah, I just wanted to add something really quickly about semis right now. I think are at a very interesting place because we have extreme valuation moves. We've got weakening institutional positioning. We've got put call ratio 233 that indicates heavy hedging activity. We're in negative gamma, and so there is a big downside risk, and there are 18% of the S&P 500 and of NASDAQ weighting, which is a huge move. So if you watch a semis, SMH, and it is in a very vulnerable area right now. And because of the outsized weighting they have in these index markets, that if we see weakening there, that could pull the whole index down.
Keep an eye on it, everybody. All right, it's about that time. Make sure you hit like and subscribe, by the way. Wake up, everybody. It's Monday morning, and it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's take a peek at the bond market, but let's look at a monthly chart. Sometimes it's good to kind of step away, look back to see what the bigger picture is. And, this is the COVID, way to the left of my chart is the COVID, peak COVID, 2020. And then we've pretty much been selling off nonstop ever since then. That sell-off kind of stopped around April 2024, and we entered this consolidation phase. Now, how many times have we been this low? Well, several. I mean, it's not brand new that we're this low, but first time bond prices were this low in November 2023, and then I drew a rectangle area support where we kept bouncing off it. At the top of that rectangle is at 112.21 30 seconds. Well, guess what? We finally broke through it. Now there's still there's a target wicks here, and then ultimately target wicks back here from that first dip that we saw, and that's around 108.13 where I'd put support 108.15 somewhere there. And right now it looks like we're headed that way on this particular look. Let's go ahead and take a peek now on the weekly. And really, we have a phenomenal commitment of traders report 2 weeks in a row. Large specs are selling this. Their net short has been accelerating down week over week. It's about the same, about minus 171,000. The hedgers are doing the opposite, which is what they're supposed to do. Confusing myself. The specs are net short. The hedgers are net long, and you can see what's happening to the chart here. So when you drill in a little bit, we have a really nice, almost perfect double top so far, and that's right at that number that Deli and Pax talked about at that 110.01. That's that yellow line right there. We're kind of sitting right at it. So again, we can go lower, but so far this is support on a shorter term basis other than the monthly. And remember, this target wick way over here is where I started that trend line here, and I touched it to this trend point down here, and we literally took it out on Friday with that big, giant, humongous candle. Let's go to the daily chart now. So again, things are getting in focus, right? We're going into a daily chart. There's the consolidation level. We broke through this area of support at 112.01 on the dailies. We took out that swing low at 111.11, and now we're all the way back down to 110. I have it drawn as 03, but it's really a 1. So again, targets down here. Total doji today so far. Market uncertainty. Nothing's cooking. It's moving around on these crazy news stories that we have intraday. Really, the story started here on Thursday. We started just selling off. This was a systematic sell-off. This was a nice grind down. Finally, we kind of stopped our roll. Now, remember, this on Friday morning, early at night, rather, it started off the sell-off. Today, we started off the sell-off, but then hit a bottom quicker, and we hit that bottom right at S1 level, and there's put support right below it, which is kind of an important level here at 110 even. Didn't get close to it yet, Buyers brought us back up. That 0 DTE put support level that Delly's talking about right there, 110.16. That's probably the most important level on this chart from a gamma point of view that we're seeing right now. We're trading above it, which is right above that VWAP, right above previous session's lows. So far, this has stopped a little bit, but the bell hasn't rung yet. Point of control is okay. It's not dominant yet, 110.20. On the upside, you got that JAX 1 at 111, nice even number. That's a pretty good target. Now, this one-day max that MenthorQ puts out, on breakout days up or breakout days down, you have that one-day min. These are fantastic targets. Don't always hit them, but on these breakouts and these big moves up or down, you do. So that one-day max right now is at 111.15, right south of that 0 DTE call resistance. 2 areas of interest right there. On the downside, put support, we already mentioned 110, and that one-day min is at 109.25. So we'll keep an eye on both of those levels today in the U.S. Treasury bond market. That is this morning's Ed Report. Back to you, Delly and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Preview of our guest this morning, Shai.
We have Daniel LaCalle. He is the
he's the man.
He's the man. He's the chief economist at Tressis and best-selling author of many books.
Let's take a look at who else will be joining us here this morning on NinjaTrader Live. Of course, we got Danielle LaCalle coming up next, one of my favorites in the business. Then we've got Tape Talk with Pharm. Trade the Open with Salma and Jack. She's out on assignment. It's kind of cool saying that. She's really not. She's probably on vacation somewhere. Midday markets, we've got Leo and Nick. Trade the close, we've got Stowe, XY, and Joey. All right. Let's bring in Danielle. Good morning.
Hi, how are you? Do you hear me?
I'm doing great. We hear you loud and clear. You look good. You sound good.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Really. You put the three of us together. What else could we ask for? But perfection. Exactly. So let's talk about where the markets are today, and let's talk about the reactions to what we're seeing this morning in the tape, because I think this week is an important week. We talked about how Wednesday we've got NVIDIA, we've got the bond auction, 20-year bond auction coming on Wednesday. And the bond auction is going to be something everyone's really going to be keeping a close eye on. Obviously, NVIDIA goes without saying. Because this morning we finally have a scenario, actually I would say Friday, we finally have a scenario where markets are responding to rates. I think we can say that, we have bonds making lows of the year, rates the highest they've been in some time across the curve. And we were talking this morning, it's really about inflation really is really not going to be likely transitory, and the bond market's sniffing it out. Do you think that's the case?
I think that what markets are starting to realize is two things. A couple of very important things. One is obviously that inflation is here to stay. That is, persistent inflation is a big issue. It's not just a big issue because of the energy spike, which is important, but because of core goods and services. And I think that is what's starting to wake up a lot of people. The second one is fiscal insanity. We have just seen in the UK how bond yields rose to a new high, and that is because people are starting to at least discount that it does not matter that it is the current government that is being fiscally irresponsible, is that if there's a change, the next one is going to be even worse. So when you look at it, what is going on in the bond market, Japan and the UK, as always, they're leading the way. They're making people understand that the fiscal challenges of governments are not going away anytime soon. Therefore, investors are going to demand higher yields because of that lack of fiscal responsibility. And on top of that, you have persistent inflation, which is a direct consequence of that fiscal irresponsibility. Let's remember that oil prices can move individual prices on an environment of geopolitical risk, but oil prices don't cause inflation. What causes inflation is the generalized increase in money supply, and money supply is soaring. Money supply is just going through the roof. It's rising at the fastest pace since 2021, led by China, the UK, France, and the United States. Therefore, all those things together say higher bond yields And at the same time, people are going to start to realize that maybe the equity market is probably too elevated in terms of valuations as bond yields rise, no?
So before I hand it over to Shai, I guess the question is, if that's the situation that we're in right now, shouldn't gold be performing a little bit better? I mean, obviously gold is going to be tied to what's happening in interest rates because people are going to probably want to maybe hold dollars if interest rates are going up versus gold. But if this situation that you're talking about with money supply is the concern, maybe over inflation, or that's what's really causing inflation, then is gold really a buy on this type of weakness now?
It is a buy in this type of weakness because what gold is reflecting right now is that a lot of investors are selling the trades that did very well, and gold and silver obviously did very well, in order to take more exposure to the US dollar. The US dollar is behaving as a petro currency, if you look at it. No, when we see oil prices go up, we see the dollar rising relative to its trading currencies, and that's not the usual. Usually we would see oil prices going up, dollar going down, and therefore gold would be rising. We must remember that there were massive levered bets on gold using the US dollar treasuries as a source of funds, and that obviously leads to big margin calls when both sides are starting to work the wrong way, and therefore a lot of traders have had to unwind those trades. So I think that creates a great opportunity because money supply growth, the uncertainty in global markets, and the evidence of money printing and the increase in fiscal irresponsibility from, it doesn't matter which country you want to consider, but we start with Japan, continue with the UK, and it goes on and on. Therefore, gold is a good opportunity, and now is certainly for me a good moment to look at it. Tracy was talking about how central banks are talking about continuing to increase their gold issuance, their gold holdings in their balance sheets in order to reduce the exposure to sovereign debt. So that is another reason to be positive on gold for the midterm.
And then moving on, are you worried about sort of the concentration risk that is in the S&P and in NASDAQ with, just a handful of stocks kind of pulling the weight? There's 18% is just semis right now of the index. That's a huge amount, particularly when under the hood we've got healthcare down, we've got utilities down, we've got financials down, right? So it feels like if something happens to the technology trade, that would be a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a high level of concentration is exceedingly worrying, obviously, because it doesn't show that the market is reflecting the strength of the economy or good earnings or good fundamentals. It is basically discounting massive money printing. And obviously, the technology sector is the biggest beneficiary because of the elevated levels of short-term volatility and big MPV impact for increases of money supply, is the biggest impacted by this massive move in money supply. So it is worrying because we have seen in the past how every single big correction has been led by technology and logically. It is true also that there was a very aggressive negative bet on technology because of the AI requirements in terms of capital expenditure and bond issuances. But what we're seeing, obviously coming back to this monetary tsunami that I was mentioning prior, is that the market is absorbing those bonds like there's no tomorrow, and it's certainly something in which investors have more appetite, for example, than sovereign bonds in many developed economies. So yes, concentration is a big concern, but at the same time, it is also showing that there are interesting opportunities and that there are valuation opportunities in other sectors that don't look as expensive and that may provide a long-term opportunity when investors start to look at an earnings season that is not as bad as so many expected, and at the same time a macro environment that is a one of slowdown, is certainly an environment of slowdown, but is very unlikely that we will see a full-blown recession. And I think that that is an important difference. No slowdown, erosion of purchasing power versus a full-blown recession.
And do you think that recession risk is kind of less in the U.S. because of the energy factor, because we are, now the largest exporter and the largest producer, so we're somewhat sheltered from that. So if, would that have less of an impact in the U.S. than anywhere else, or would it be a contagion?
No, certainly a lot less impact in the United States. And we have seen it in the past. You and I have actually discussed it a couple of times how, for example, in the 2009 recovery, a lot of people were talking about the stimulus package of the Federal Reserve. The biggest driver of the recovery of 2009 to 2011 was the shale gas and shale oil revolution. And we have seen also in 2022, and that was very, very evident, how while other economies were slowing down very aggressively, the United States had stronger job creation, the positive effect both on trading and also in GDP of the energy sector. Being the largest oil and gas producer is very significant, but the difference this time is that it's the largest oil and gas exporter, and that is actually something that we were not used to. And also in jet fuel, which is something that here in Europe we're going to run out of pretty quickly. So all these elements differentiate the United States. Obviously, the impact on consumption of higher gasoline prices is significant, but we can't forget that in the United States, gasoline prices are at $4.5, $4.6 a gallon. In the European Union, my friends, they're at $8.50 a gallon. $8.50 a gallon, with a third of the average salary of the United States in most countries. So that is a big driver also of difference, affordability relative to an energy shock. I think that the United States is going to avoid a recession. I think that the one that may avoid a recession simply by bloating government spending, but is in a private sector recession, is France, Germany, and the UK. Those for sure.
So I want to lay the landscape out here a little bit and see what your thoughts are. So where the trade really is right now. You've got equity indexes coming off highs of the year. You've got bond market just coming off lows of the year. Oil this morning was bid, is now coming back down, which is now lifting bonds. And so you look at the markets, and we're at this moment here where, again, I like to look at markets and say, where's the opportunities? Where's the opportunity right now?
Oh, I think that the opportunity is in all of those sectors in equities that have provided with good earnings and that have not seen that rise in valuations that we have seen. Remember that all that we have seen in April, a really good month for equity markets, has been multiple expansion. No, but other sectors, as Tracy was mentioning, utilities, healthcare. You have a lot of sectors, defense itself, that have seen multiple compression. The stocks are becoming quite cheaper in many of those cases. So in my opinion, I think that this current environment of persistent inflation, weakness in fiscal responsibility, and at the same time elevated money supply growth leads to look at more instead of less U.S. exposure in equities, looking at some of those sectors that have not done as phenomenally as technology, without forgetting technology. I don't have anything against technology. I think we're going to have a really good earnings season, and that the AI debt concern is much lower. But I also think that you need to look at the great opportunities that are coming right now are in gold. There's a tremendous opportunity as well in the Russell 2000 and many of these sectors that have been largely ignored because of the tech boom. So all those elements point that you need to be invested, because money supply growth is going to continue to erode the purchasing power of currency, and that where you really need to be less inclined to invest is in sovereign bonds. I think that there are good opportunities in high yield as well, and I would not be taking the exposure on duration quite aggressively, but I would take a little bit more duration, considering that we are going to have persistent inflation, but it's unlikely that we get a much stronger element of weakening of the purchasing power, particularly in core goods and services.
We only have a couple minutes left, Shai. Final question for Danielle.
Yeah, so a lot of people are talking about commodity super cycle. And so where do you see opportunities aside from gold in the commodity markets?
Oh, I think that copper continues to be phenomenal for me. I think that that is one that I would continue to look at. Oil is interesting because you and I actually have discussed this also a couple of times prior, is that we have lived a period of such low level of investment that the underinvestment in oil and gas remains an interesting opportunity. But you have to be very, very opportunistic. Oil prices spike and then come down, but you have to look at it from good opportunities of trading into it. I think that right now I would look for any pullback to jump back into oil prices. I am particularly positive on the development into the next winter for U.S. natural gas prices. So any weakness, there's plenty of time to take bets there. And I'm going to say something that's quite contrarian, but I would be very much looking at coal, because the challenges in the global energy sector are so phenomenal that we are seeing in Germany and so many other countries that they're quietly but consistently increasing their coal demand.
Danielle, we have to end it there. It's always an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Everybody go follow Danielle LaCalle on X. Follow everything he's doing. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me.
A couple things I take from that. First, like obviously money supply is not my strength. I mean, who would have known that? Shocker. But understanding that and how he's saying that is what's really causes the inflation, right? Even more so than the price of oil. This is like the price of oil doesn't really cause inflation. He said the money supply is what does. And so I think that that's interesting to me, because what that tells me, again, is like the metals, as they're getting hit, that you use that news, you use that weakness to buy, is the way I looked at it. That's what like my first thought was, especially going back to what you were talking about when you talk about central banks and They're all still buying gold. I can't remember who you said was it a Goldman that
it was a Goldman report that came out.
Yeah. So again, when I think about that, I go, where is the news going to give you better access to price? And it's not really the news. As I go back to it's the driver of rates higher that gold gets hit. And again, this morning you're seeing gold now positive on the day. I think a big part of this because oil's down nearly $2. Maybe you touch real quickly on maybe what's happened there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw, crude oil pulled back, not surprising, kind of right before the market opens at 9, which usually happens. Then get hit again at 9 when the crude oil market opens. But you're seeing a pullback in crude oil. Again, that's giving bonds a lift. It's giving equities a lift here. Certainly gold affected by bond market, yields down, gold up, dollars down. That's certainly helping a little bit on the gold market. And so, again, I think really you need to keep an eye on the bond market and kind of still what crude oil is doing.
Yeah, I mean, Craig put in the chat, market seems to be responding to these rumored reports that Iran is backing down from some of its key demands. Again, markets are very sensitive to headlines. How much they're true or not doesn't matter. The tape is a little loose, and markets react. So again, Shai, great morning. Thank you so much. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Pharm. Pharm, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself, Deli?
I'm doing good. I'm going to do a quick promo. Do you mind doing a quick promo with me on here?
Go for it.
All right. Well, we're going to be. I was thinking about Daniel LaCalle, and he's in Europe, and we're going to be in Europe soon. NinjaTrader Live is going to be hosting a meetup in London on June 18th. Save the date. If you're across the pond, as they say, come and join me. I'm going to be there with Kane. I'm going to be there with Trader Brand. They're going to be trading live. We've got panels going to be talking about all sorts of fun stuff over there in London on June 18th. The link is in the chat. Make sure you join us. Let's get back to Pharm. Pharm, you're a natural at these promos. I mean, thank you so much for being here with us, doing that today with me. It's really appreciative.
Yeah, you can Venmo me the $10,000 for sitting there doing nothing. Later on, it's fine.
No problem. Sure, great. All right, let's dive into the charts, and let's take a quick look at what's happening. For me, super simple today. I want to get inside the indexes with you. Again, this morning in my morning note, I talked about look at the bond market. Let's go to the ZB. I mean, the ZB now is nearly a point off the lows. I always look at old Bollinger Band peaks and say, where are they? And where do you, I look at them as areas where when the market was going down and the Bollinger Bands reversed back up, it's an area that was maybe kind of unfinished business. The bond market went down and nearly touched that old peak and has now bounced. Pax and I talked about this last night on the phone. I know you guys talked about it in the Sunday night show. If the bond market didn't hold here, you really start to get ugly as you squeeze that chart. There's just not a lot there, and all of a sudden you can see the bond markets really start to break down. So I think that today, the main thing to watch is going forward in the ZB, look at today's low, a very important area. If it continues to hold, I think that's going to bring a rally in the bond market. I think it's going to bring a rally in the gold market, which brings in a rally into the equities market. We saw when bonds accelerated lower on Friday. Just take a look at the ES and NQ tape. Both of them had red candles. It's not a surprise. Now, again, we could say that the equity markets were poised to come back anyway, but this added to a little bit of that fuel of going lower in equity indexes, so you have to keep an eye on it. If the bond markets continue to stay bid, again, I think it bids gold, I think it bids equities, but what it does not bid, and which is really kind of more what's the chicken or the egg when it comes to crude oil or interest rates, I'm not really sure, but crude oil backed off this morning, and what happened? Bond market rallied. So again, you look at crude oil, to me it's kind of boxed off in this range, but again, headlines are moving. Keep an eye on crude as well. I still think bonds are something that are really more of the story to watch for short-term day traders just because they're near highs or they're near lows, while equity indexes are near highs, so that dynamic matters more. Crude is still range bound to me, so it's like, yeah, you have to keep an eye on it for sure, but again, that's the tale of the tape this morning. Crude oil turned around, bond market turned around, and that turned everything around. Let's take a look inside the indexes with you.
Yeah, on the bonds, I've got the spot that I've been watching. I'm sure would have preferred this 110 low be swept first, but generally this range has been monstrous, right? Everybody's had eyes on it on the chart. You can see it in the yield chart. I've been calling it Gandalf on the yield chart anyways, right up there, just above the fives. So important spot. And yeah, I mean, I wish I could do a side-by-side, but I'm too dumb to do that. But crude basically just did the same bearish sequence that gold put in last week. So that's interesting. And gold does look good. It swept out the lows of the last, 3 weeks and found some buyers. So that is interesting. On equities, like, I don't know, they kind of took all the fun last night, at least so far. It seemed like, the market is trying to sell rips, but very clearly still buying dips. And what does that mean? Well, it's suggestive that there's a market and that has found some kind of short-term balance, which at least on short time frames, we do have that. So I still broadly expect two-way trading within this range on NQ. I'll start with NQ, kind of the big picture. So if you're there last night, I was looking for failed pushes down through 29.069 to 29.090, perhaps into this 955 to 990 range, into a reclaim. So, I mean, don't be surprised if it ends up at this 469 to 487 spot by today. It's sitting at sort of a minor-ish spot here now. So, like, I'm not really looking to be short when I look down and I see this failure from sellers, right? But at the same time, again, I do expect until we get some kind of clean break above Friday's high, I think we'll see two-way trading in this range. So I would probably, I mean, my preference, if I want to be long, is to see, some kind of a pullback from here, which maybe this spot offers, maybe it doesn't. At this point, it looks like they bid the 200s pretty aggressively. I would prefer to come back a little bit lower because I'm kind of greedy like that. But I mean, this really was the trade for today and really the start of this week. So if we do pull back, then I start to look for opportunities to join. You can drop a fib on this leg of this move, whatever your method is, to find a dip buy area. This 200 to 212. I mean, as long as that holds, once cash opens, then I expect resolution right back to these 280s to 390s anyways. And again, probably up towards Friday's high on NQ. And that doesn't really change for me until sellers are cleanly offering, again, Friday's low, and then driving back down through that overnight low. So not really looking to be short until like at this point. I mean, none of this has taken place during cash, right? So if we do continue to rally direct and we pop through Friday's high, let's say, we fail that range and we then find offers back under the 380s, I'd look to be short. Again, there will be two-way trading in this range that you can see a little bit better on the weekly profile. So there's going to be two-way trading there. So I'm not saying you can't be short today. I'm just saying, like, when I look down and I see this move, I either want to be in it and trailing some, or I want to look to join it prior to sort of that move completing. And for me, it's going to be relatively complete up toward Friday's high. So that's NQ. I mean, this was the trade, really, and they did it overnight. So it's one of those spots where you missed it. It is what it is, right? If you didn't get it, and you can still try to join, but you got to be a little bit more selective. The market has changed. You talk about market environment a lot, right? And it's changed just slightly on short time frames, right? I mean, when all time frames are aligned higher, and we haven't even taken out a prior day low, it's easy, right? You just buy the dip. And then maybe you get bagged a little bit, you just buy a little bit more, and then you get off the hook, right? And then you're a genius, you're the world's greatest trader, and then you post a picture of your Lambo and launch a subservice. Now it's a little bit different, where we have at least a little bit of two-way trading because the short time frames have at least found some temporary balance. So ES is a very similar picture. Again, looking for failed pushes down through this 73.98 to 74.03, which reclaim. So I wouldn't be too surprised. Same type of deal. If we at least end up towards Friday's high, again, none of this took place on a cash hours basis. Like Asia wasn't, like, they hadn't even had a cup of coffee, before this sell-off found a low. So, like, I'm not even sure what we put on the "I survived the bear market" t-shirts, because, like, again, Asia wasn't really even open. So similar idea with ES. I think if we come back down, it's a little bit interesting. It's a little bit weaker, maybe. For me, completion of the move is up here to this, 55, back basically where it's at here. And then these 63s, you do still have Friday's high. You do have a bearish RTH gap between Friday's high and Thursday's low. So again, some kind of a failed push through there on a cash hours basis. Could potentially find sellers to roll this back over. 63 to 65 would have to go offer to bring this back down to 74.30 to 34. You could monitor for continuation from there. Again, like, if this move completes, then, I'm kind of sitting on hands, probably waiting for the initial balance to set. If I'm not looking for a short, I don't really want to look for a short given this move. But again, if we do find sellers at the open, at the cash open, after this move is kind of completed, or a failed push through Friday's high, I'm okay with that. I'd prefer this pullback now before making it to Friday's high, in which case, I'd look to see if buyers are reactive on dips below Friday's low in this 74.20 range, which, you generally, if we do find offers on a cash hour basis below the prior day low, we're going to continue framing lower in that case. But I still think, even coming down through this overnight low and a failed push into 69 to 73 could be okay. So broadly, again, two-way trading in this range. failed breaks from this range. I'm fading edges and I'm fading failed breaks of those edges. So it's basically the trade to start the week. Right now, that trade is still active on the long side. So again, being a little bit more careful on the short side until that resolves. But like I say, we haven't traded a single minute of cash, and I very much do expect two-way trading in this range. So open to anything, but those are kind of the spots that I'm working against. I like NQ just a little bit better, but we've seen a lot of these relative strength flips right at the open, right? And I'll say this last piece and shut up. I think it was Friday or maybe Thursday. I don't know. The Dow looked amazing pre-market and NQ looked terrible. It was Thursday because I was on with the Emperor Palpatine. And then right at the open, NQ just went, and just ripped to the moon, and the Dow was just in the shitter all day. So, let's just wait and see what the open has to say. Look and see what's strong. You've got the levels to work against, and that's where I'm at for today.
Do you think everyone knows who the Emperor Palpatine is?
I mean, they should by now if they're avid watchers, for sure, right? You could go Kaiser Soze if you prefer, usual suspects, right? Feigning weakness and then, come out and unlimited power. So,
NinjaTrader Live trivia. Chat, do you know who Emperor Palpatine is? Who is he?
That's right.
Let's see.
That's right.
I mean,
everybody's got to know, man.
I might have to do a swag giveaway this morning without the Wheel of Futures, which you guys spun without me. I wasn't here last week, and the Wheel of Futures happened. Who is? Okay, everyone's like, yeah, but who? Who is he? What name them? What movie or give me a reference? Someone
not
say
giving
merch.
It away, man.
I mean, the other question is, okay, so Star Wars, Austin Starch. We got to give him merch.
Yeah.
He's the first one that pulled it up. Production?
Very classic,
Make
Jeff.
this happen.
Very classic.
Yeah. Darth Sidious. Rebecca got it.
Right.
Yeah. Lord Sith. He's an Italian cook. Easy peasy. Yeah. Kaiser Soze. Do they know who that is? So we give away something else for merch. Chat, who is Kaiser Soze? Quickly.
Do it.
This is what I'm here for this. Oh.
Yeah.
EH 9278.
There we go.
We got to get that merch. Hopefully you're within, production. Those are the two people. EH 9278. And who was the other one? Austin Starch.
There we go.
They get merch. They get something. I don't know what they're getting. We'll see what we got. That's right, Austin. Remind them. Let's figure out how to do that. But Pharm, we got to keep them on their toes, right? I mean, we got to make sure that everyone's really listening. Like I said, I mean, you did that promo earlier. You're throwing out all, Star Wars characters, all these different things. And there was price action involved there, too. I mean, there was.
There was.
I heard it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, Pharm. You're the best. Sunday was great. Everyone go check out what he said on Sunday night, too. Get your weekly prep in from the whole team there. And I will see you back on Wednesday.
We'll see you Wednesday.
All right. Well, a couple things before we get to Salma and Jack, as they're trading the open today. Something I noticed, too, I told everyone this morning, if you don't have the MenthorQ gamma levels, you really should get them. They're phenomenal. And I know that there's a way to get them through NinjaTrader, and I probably have to figure out exactly how to do that to explain to everybody so they get it. So they're like, Deli, how the hell do I get it? But let me tell you this. The call resistance and gamma wall, the 0 DTE, was 29,420. It wasn't 420. It's just below 420. But Pharm was just on. I had to use 420. You think I'm crazy? Of course that's the case. But really right around there. And we just stopped there. Just an area to watch this morning. Again, I really think that those MenthorQ levels are phenomenal. This morning I talked about put support at 29,000 in NASDAQ, and then the call resistance call wall for 0 DTE is 29,420, and we've broke $60 from there since then. So, again, they're pretty cool. Quick promo, then I'm going to bring in Jack and Salma. What is going to be tomorrow? Qualifier 1 for the Arena Cup. That is coming tomorrow. So let's take a look at who's going to be joining us. There might be just a little hint of Italians playing a role in this one. We got Vincent Desiano and the pre-market game plan. My boy Desi. We got Carmine Rosado, Lumi. We've got Stowe, and we've got Nick. So very heavily Italian influence tomorrow. Remember, if you didn't sign up for qualifier 1, I believe that, I don't know if 2 or 3 is still open. The link is in the chat. Click there to go and participate. We're going to have fun here on NinjaTrader Live, and we're giving away $250,000. So there's that too. So if you don't like money, then don't join. If you like money, maybe you want to join and, compete. Let's see what you're made of. Again, chat, been a great morning, and it's about to get even better. So make sure you hit that like button. Let's get this thing moving. 163 with Salma and Jack coming in. That's not enough. Let's get rolling because it's ready to trade the open with Jack of all trades and Salma. Oh, geez. Pump it. Pump it.
You got to pump it up. What's up, Deli?
What's up?
Where you been?
Where you been?
I've been here. I've been on NinjaTrader every single day last week.
Yeah, I know you have been. I miss my boy Jack, though. Let me tell you, everybody, if I was single and in my younger trading days, I'm just saying this right now.
Where's this going?
Me and Jack would be in Miami hanging out, man. Jack's a wild card, man. He's like he's a guy you want to hang out with and go have a good time. Jack, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. I got a couple days of working here, and I'm off to Mexico on Wednesday, so I'll only be working half the week. Yeah, my first Monday morning here was Salma. So, yeah, I got a wedding in Mexico. I don't know. We'll see if I come back, but hopefully be back just in time for qualifier number 2, which is Tuesday, which is what I'll be on.
Jack is coming off of that big 100K day. He's going to be in Mexico for a wedding. Oh, boy.
That should be fun.
Oh, boy. Yep. All right. Well, we could talk a lot about other things, but maybe let's talk about markets. Jack, any positions?
I got nothing on right now, but I got a lot of limit orders. I didn't trade Sunday night, so nothing really coming on. I do. One of my favorite things I always like to pay attention to. I mean, as you can see, my market analyzer is looking fairly bullish here today. The only thing that's really popping up on a bear trend is CL, which I do have a limit order to short right around 110. But gold, the 40. What is it? Let me pull it up here. There's a level of 50% retracement from the low of the year in gold at 45.10s that we swept that previous low, and then we've been getting a bid in it ever since. But anytime we get a reaction to a bigger daily level like that, I do like to try to focus on that market for continuation because I see those as larger levels that higher time frame players are buying or selling into, and a 50% retracement long for the year is always an important level for me. And we traded that in the overnight in gold. Dip below it, and then we bid aggressively out of those lows here, 100-point move out of lows in gold, which really isn't that big anymore. But I'm going to be looking to see if there's continued strength. Last time we traded down in those levels, there was a very aggressive bid. There you go with another test in the overnight session. So I'm going to be focusing on that. I still think, the indexes are so bullish on the higher time frame. Anytime this market analyzer, if you look at ES, NQ, Russell, YM, and I got 3 different signals that I'm measuring here, they're all bullish on every time frame. So as long as that, I need 3 of those trend biases to print bearish before I really want to start to shorten the indexes. Even if the trade looks good, it's just something I've been staying away from, shorting the indexes, unless I get 3 of the 4 indexes to start turning. I don't want to be the first guy. I want to be the second guy on that. So I am actually looking long initially on the indexes off the open, looking for pullbacks from this level, not ready to buy up here. And I do think probably the first thing I'd get filled on it is oil. So I'm just waiting on those. So I got a limit on every market you see on my screen here. My gold limit here, is down at 45.58.6. 29,236 there in the NQs, 74.14 quarter in the ES, and 110 in CL. So I'll be sitting around. They're all bracket orders, so stops will be in place immediately upon entry. Targets will be in place too. So that's what I got going into this morning.
Thanks, Jack. My boy Jack trades everything. I love it. And going back to the gold trade, it's interesting because this morning you had the bond market, which was really pretty weak, has turned around, and we know how gold is tied to interest rates. And so I like that cross asset correlation where you have now the bond market maybe found a little bit of a low today. So I'm with you. I think that if that happens, then gold is something you want to look for in buying the dips. Salma, let's take a look at what you've got this morning. Any positions?
Yeah, I'm actually long the Russell right now. Traded Russell last night for a little bit. Made the mistake of getting back in. Very light, thankfully. I held overnight, went to sleep, woke up, I was still in my position, didn't get stopped out. And then, of course, around this, 7:30 candle where the news came out, I got stopped out of my position. I waited for a retest, and I decided to flip long. All the headline and the news that was coming out, they were all bullish. So figure why try and fight that. And so, yeah, right now we're currently up about 15 points or so on the Russell. Have limits right above. I came really close to tapping my first TP, and then of course seller stepped in. So we're still holding. But yeah, that's my main focus today is probably the Russell. Unless I see something else interesting on the other indices, or maybe gold. I won't be touching crude.
Yeah,
that's about it for me.
Good. That's a good pickup there on the M2K. That's a big winner for the micro Russell. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, Jack, it's great to see you here on a Monday. You've been getting Maggie on Thursdays. Deli's been on the road a lot lately. I miss my guys on Thursday, you and Nick. So it's good to see you here on Monday. Have a great time at the wedding, man.
Thank you. Good to see you. I will.
All right, Selma.
Yeah, what am I,
I
chopped
will
liver?
see you. Selma,
Bro, what is this?
You know you're the best. And
what is going on?
Take care of my boy Jack here on Monday.
Yeah, all right.
I'll see you.
Keep me in line, Salma.
I don't think anyone can keep you in line, Jack. Let's be real.
This is
many
true.
have tried, many have failed.
Yeah. Chat, show some love for this crew here on a Monday. Have a great trading day, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao,
Ciao,
ciao.
ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
What's up,
Nick
Jack?
Oh, just first nice weekend in Chicago. It was like pumping up to the 80s. So got some sun. Needed to get that base in before I get burned to a crisp under the Mexican sun.
That's what they say, though, right? You got to get a tan before you actually go on your vacation to get a tan.
That's right. Otherwise, you just
never had to worry about that. Thank God. Thank God.
You and I are from different places in the world historically.
Listen, the olive skin.
I got that
comes
Irish
in clutch.
skin. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, no, I definitely need to get the base. Otherwise, I'd be looking like Rudolph. I got to give a speech too. It's actually my brother's wedding.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's going to be so fun.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun. I'm looking forward to it. So
Younger, older?
I got two younger brothers and an older sister. So
okay, so younger brother getting married.
Younger brother. Yep.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I got a lot of trouble coming up. I actually had to say no to a wedding last weekend and a bachelor party just because I had too much going on. And I turn around after I get home from Mexico. I leave the next week. I'm gone the first week of June fishing in Canada, which will be a little calmer.
Oh, you're driving up for that, right?
Yeah. 10-hour drive in the car with my dad. Going to be fun.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
He's a silent man. He's made a few words, but.
No, that's nice. It'll be a nice little bonding moment. It's cute.
Yeah, for sure. I've never been.
Cute. When do you leave again?
Never been to Canada. So for that trip, I leave on the.
No, for the wedding.
Oh, I leave for Wednesday morning. So I'm flying all day. All day, basically. And then I get home on Monday. So I'll be ready to roll on Tuesday for the qualifier. You're in 3?
Yeah, I'm the week after you. Yep. Yeah, I got a little break until then.
Cool. Yeah, I'm hoping to have this. I've actually recreated this market analyzer inside of an add-on tool and that should be done by then. So that's going to be, I've been able to really add a lot of stuff to it because it's an add-on and you can just code so much more with that add-on. So I'll be
Wait,
using
are
that.
you vibe coding this, or do you have like?
I have help. I have help.
Okay,
But
because
yeah.
I've been arguing with Claude this past weekend. Literally, like,
Are you winning?
I would, oh no, I would tell it something, and then it just spits out something completely different than what I like the instructions I gave it, and just been going back and forth. I've argued more with Claude than I've like spoken to real humans this weekend. Swear, it's been it's been nonstop.
Oh my goodness.
Good morning, chat. Good morning, Violet. Hello, hello. Yeah, Claude has been naughty. Yeah, I agree. It's just like not listening. I stopped telling it please and thank you. Maybe that's why.
SciFlow, I'm going to make a couple of things just public for anybody to use, and then this scanner you will be able to purchase it. It'll not be a free product, but it will be available. This risk analyzer tool I have at the top of my screen, which basically measures the average true range and then spits out a number in how much risk it is per contract, I'm going to be dropping out there for anybody to use. I think that's just something that can be helpful to know what type of risk you're trading, because sometimes markets are slow and you can trade more size, and sometimes they're not so slow and you need to size down. I'm not in control of the margins at the CME, so I imagine you'll see, I'm not the guy to answer that question. They don't care about my opinion, but I imagine you'll see an eventual increase in margins at some point in time. When that is, it's more of like a liquidity thing. They do raise margins during news events and obviously overnight trading, like carrying at least. So I don't know what mathematical calculations they use to determine those numbers, but I'm not really the guy to ask about that.
Real quick, buyers need to step in here on all the indices, really, if we want to go higher, or else, we'll drop into the open. This is going to be decision making for me here on my position. We're basically at London highs on the Russell, as well as the 90 EMA and the 5-minute. Should be a key level, a key area where buyers should step in. Could be the retest for those who missed the long. Let's see, though.
Missed the long. That's me. I missed it. We just traded the midpoint of Friday in the NASDAQ. Let's see here. That level, the middle of Friday's range in the NQ is 29,412, which is right up on that MenthorQ options level that Delhi was mentioning this morning. So that's always something. Obviously Friday was a bearish move, or move lower in the indexes, and I always pay attention to, can we get back to the middle and stay above that middle of that prior day's range. But options X last Friday, that's always something that really changes the tune. If you guys aren't paying attention to when there's a couple of flow days that really are important, like first day of the month, last day of the quarter, things like that, where just big money is getting moved around. And OpEx, there's always a lot of money getting put to work with hedging and things like that. And so a lot of times you'll just get that, maybe a move down like we had on Friday, but I'm not expecting too much of like a hard continuation lower here, like a second move down today. I do think it'll be more of a two-sided trade. I agree with Pharm's analysis and point of view this morning that it's going to be a two-sided trade. So it's been a one-sided trade for a long time. But even if it is a two-sided trade, I just don't want to short this market unless I really see, Friday we had overnight selling, lower high, lower low, all night long. And even Friday, you could argue was a two-sided trade because the morning move was up and then it was, back down in the afternoon. So from the overnight, lower, but I do still think, you definitely want to be favoring those longs. Don't be a perma bear. It's a bad place to be.
I like two-sided tapes. I feel like it fits my edge a little bit better.
I agree. It also allows for like mistakes. A lot of times, like if you have like a one-sided market to the upside and you get caught early shortened, and then maybe you're kind of stuck in a cycle bias of wanting to take that trade again, just not working. Two-sided tape, like if you got a short bias, you can make it work. If you got a long bias, you can make it work. In a
100%.
two-sided tape. But yeah, I mean, I definitely have more consistent days in a two-sided tape. There's sometimes one side, like you can have your biggest days, I think, in one-sided tape because you can just hold and really run a position, for a multiple R. But if you kind of miss some of those early entries, it's a lot of just twiddling the thumbs and sitting on the hands.
Yeah, I mean, like weeks like last week and the week before, I mean, very rarely did you even get a retest to long. It was just like straight up. Just, I think I remember, was it Friday or Thursday? I forget which day. But I was sitting here counting like how many 15-minute green candles we've got in a row. And I was just like, holy crap. Like, it was so insane. If you missed it, you got to just sit here and watch it happen. All right, let's see what bulls are going to do here.
Right. Any reason I don't want to limit the 270s in the NQ? That is such a random question. Why would I want to limit 270s?
Oh, I think that's London high. That's why they're asking that.
Oh, I don't really pay attention to that, to be honest. I don't have it on my chart. Like, I don't have a code that would pay attention to that. I like 170s.
What is 170s for you? Or is it just like a level?
170s would be the full 50% retracement from the overnight low. And what I refer to as the lower mid, it's an indicator on my my screen that measures a quarter of the distance of the daily range, basically. And it's also just, it's kind of where we closed out on Friday, where we really settled that 5 o'clock move.
Oh, I see the midpoint you're talking about. I like it.
And just a retest of where we broke out this morning.
Do you manually draw to find your midpoints, or is it just auto-plotted on your chart?
Some of them are auto-plotted. Some of them are manually drawn. The midpoints are, they're automatic, this blue line. So the blue line is on my screen is the midpoint of the prior day. So just the middle of the prior day. And then you have the orange line up here, let's say I'm bearish CL. Ideally, like the price structure, I want to be like, I'm fairly bullish the indexes. And just a good rule of thumb, when you do have higher time frame, trends, you want to be getting long below the lower mid. Like if we're long above the mid, like it can still play out, but being long the lower mid, which is where this green line here in the NQ, there's just more distance to the upside. So anytime I'm looking at a market, if I have a higher time frame bias, picture this as basically the bottom 25% of the range. So if I can if I have a higher time frame bullish bias and there's a long setup, like out of this low, I wasn't trading that early this morning, but out of this low in the NQ, just to give you some things that I would be looking at, this is what I refer to as an ATR reversal on this low here, where you have a range expansion, yellow bar to the downside, an immediate range expansion back to the upside. So I call that an ATR failure. And then this blue bar is a signal bar actually that I look at. And then followed by an ATR expansion. You got a fair value gap there too. Not that I use those solely, but it is something I pay attention to. And then, but it's below, but so my point is that this would be, like to most traders' eyes, they could clearly see that this is a change in price action where you have this kind of slow drift lower and then an expansion up amongst the previous range and then a pullback to enter. But that setup below the bottom 25% of the range, as opposed to like if we were at highs, is just better because I think, we're like near the bottom of the range. And I always like to pay attention to your entries in any market. If you can get a short entry near the top of the range, it's a lot better than a short entry near the bottom of the range. And that's one of the codes I have to just kind of measure that. And it's the same thing just every day, just kind of getting plotted out. So I just kind of give it a higher point value in my mind, if I'm trading that setup. And same thing with CL, like a little more bearish here. We had basically, this is the first full week of the July contract in oil. And anytime, especially right now, that's another thing you want to pay attention to the oil futures roll, because there's so much hedging that really needs to go on, probably more than we had a year ago. And when that contract rolls, at least my theory is, that some of those hedgers and the producers are starting to put on their positions in size. So you'll see a lot more movement. And that's why I think some of the hedgers in oil Friday, when the futures, the CL contracts really started aggressively rolling in the July contract, you get a straight up bid just because they have to be positioned in the market. And they don't really, like, if I'm an airline and I need to be long oil to hedge my costs of flying airplanes, and that futures contract rolls to July, you're not waiting for an inverse fair value gap. You're not waiting for a moving average crossover. You're just buying the contract, for the most part. At least that's my theory. And that's why you had that really aggressive bid. Part of that, and of course, going into the weekend, are we going to, is anything going to happen? But something to pay attention to is just like those types of flows.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that auto plots. Probably makes your life so much easier. I like to watch the midpoints too. But sometimes, like, unless it's like right there in my face, sometimes I'll forget about it. So when you point it out, it's almost like, oh, wow, now I see it, Like once you said 170, boom, I saw it right away. Like now it makes sense.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, chat, what do we think? Are we going to push off the open or are we going to drop? All right, Kat says push. Pull back, push, yes. What does yes mean? Wise, I asked a question. You had to pick a choice. Push and drop. Damn, you guys trying to fade my position, huh? Twisted Yeti, I don't even have a hoodie, so I couldn't even give it to you. Dead. I like, Jack, I like what you're wearing. They gave those to the guys. They look sick.
Oh, you guys didn't get one?
No, those no. They're very nice though. I think they're clean. I think like that, you guys getting that is the equivalent of us getting like the pink one.
I see. I feel like anybody can wear this though.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice fabric. I mean, you got it is like, because if you don't put this up, it actually totally just looks like just like a normal sweater.
Yeah, I like it. It's very nice.
I want to know who's in charge of the design. They did a pretty good job.
Bro, all of the Ninja gear is very nicely designed. I actually like all the merch and I wear it out. You wear yours outside?
Nah, I'm be
Really?
honest.
Oh no, I go to the gym in mine. I like mine. They're nice.
No, unless honestly, unless like I'm just like going to the gym or something. I got enough clothes, I don't want people coming up for autographs and stuff, it's just kind of weird.
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm just kidding.
Autographs. Who do you think you are, huh? Well, actually, people have come up to you, so
I've been asked for photos. I mean, not autographs. I'm joking. But I've been doing this a while. I've been recognized in other countries.
yeah, that's crazy. That's actually wild.
Like, I was in Mexico and I got recognized from a kid from Germany, and he was like, "Wait, are you?" I was like, "What? How do you know who I am?" So, I need to keep a low profile.
Maybe you'll run into someone in Mexico this time around too.
Yeah. No,
Like,
this is actually kind of funny. So, coincidentally, so I guess it's Pride weekend, and Puerto Vallarta is known as a gay town. So my brother didn't know this. My brother is having a straight wedding, just to be clear. But my brother didn't know this. My brother didn't know this when he booked his wedding. So it's like Pride weekend in a gay town. It's getting. My brother's like, that's going to add to the absurdity of the wedding. But I was like, good, nice. I'm glad you did your research before you booked your wedding.
That's mad funny.
It's actually pretty friggin' funny. I think it's funny. Let's see here.
He goes, he's having a straight wedding, just to be clear.
just to be clear.
That's like the one time when you told us you went on a date with a girl, and we're like, okay.
Just to be clear.
Bro, I'm dead. Right. This is moving mad.
To do some things.
There's dispersion right off the bat. You have NQES dropping, YM, RTY, we're pushing, as I was saying that. Let's see. It's only been a minute into the open. Okay. MEA, I mean, my target's like not too far up from the highs. We literally dropped 2 points away from my first trim. So no, I likely won't move it. I mean, if we make new highs, then we're obviously going to rip through. I wouldn't let this come back to break even anyway. I would just get out, get ready to like manually close it if it starts to drop. By the way, I don't know if anyone in chat knows, but this week there's not too much data coming out. I think we only have FOMC. So probably expect a lot of headlines.
No news is big. No news is good news.
Oh, we have
Bad
FOMC
news,
minutes.
news.
It's just minutes,
Oh, okay.
which
Bad
isn't
news
really
is good news. Good news is good news.
my God. Why I'm pushing, Russell dropping. What even is this?
It's a changing of the guard.
It's BS is what this is. Yeah, Tracy says FOMC minutes may not even matter because Powell's already out. So
I feel like
be
that was like
on the lookout.
there was so much talk about that for so long, and then like all of a sudden he's just gone. Like,
That's it.
wow. How long was he Fed chair? I don't even know. Like,
I think 8 years.
8 years.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
it? Is it a 4-year term?
Bro, you're asking the wrong person.
Come on, I'm asking the chat.
All right, I'm out this trade.
I'm asking the chat. The chat knows all. I mean, they were quoting movies this morning here.
Yeah, guys, NVIDIA earnings after the bell. I'm talking about intraday. Come on, you guys should know this already.
Okay, NVIDIA earnings this week?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
nice.
NVIDIA earnings after the bell on Wednesday.
All right.
Such a bummy drop here.
What's a bummy drop? What's that
This
mean?
drop. It
A
was
bummy.
like bummy.
bummy drop.
Like,
Yeah, it's been 4 minutes. Let the market heat up. It's Monday.
I'm out of my position, so we'll see.
Giving you the old reversion to the mean off the open. The old scare you out.
See, what is the midpoint on the Rusty? It is 95, which was my entry. Wow, I didn't even realize, Jack, I had entered at the midpoint of.
Look at you.
Look at me.
Look at that. Who would have thunk?
Now me.
You never know.
Someone in chat said Salma gets along well with Jack. I mean, how could you not?
I get along well with her, actually. She gets along well with everybody. I don't know. There's one person you may not get. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, what?
I said there's one person you don't get along with.
Who?
No, I'm joking.
More than one. But not on the network.
There's a whole group of them.
Not on the network. The network.
Yeah, which one of you in the chat, I know there's a degenerate flipper in here, waited in line at Swatch for that whatever watch they released with was that
the AP? They look so ugly. Am I allowed to say that on air?
XY would have done that 10 years ago.
Probably.
I feel like that's something XY participates in the drops. That's a young man hustle.
Dude, they're not even. They look like a little kid made them. Let's be real.
Seeing the chaos that ensued on social media, I was like, what? Like, it reminded me of like Tickle Me Elmo in the early 2000s or whatever that was. I don't know if anybody remembers, like around Christmas when Tickle Me Elmo was the thing, and like mothers were trampling over one another, just ruining. Let's see here.
I want to see what we do around like 90 on the Russell.
Coming close to my
what's your limit?
Oh, well, my limit was 29,236. I had some things I had to move around, but came close to it there in the NASDAQ. You know, you're all front running me, so I can't get a fill anymore. I had the whole stream of NinjaTraders limiting ahead of me.
Dude, Google is just wow. Google is gone.
How many screens do you use, just out of curiosity?
I got 3 right now dedicated to TradingView. It's like 1 for the Mag 7 names, 1 for the indices and Golden CL, and then the one that you guys see.
The magic one. How many inches are you using?
I got 2 ultra wides that are, I think, 30 something, 36, and then I have 2 little mini portable ones that are about I think 16.5 inches.
I want a custom made NinjaTrader branded screen.
I do too. Let's go. Where do we put
How do we get this in? How do we get this in?
Yeah, where do we put in for this? All right, we're starting to come down to this 90 level on.
Here we go. And
the Rusty.
Oh, come on. A couple ticks away again. Yeah, 4 points away.
It's interesting how you'll have like your limits set prior to, and then they fill, and then now you're just in the position. You don't wait to see if there's going to be like an indication of a potential reversal.
No.
But like, so that's my thing is like, you're not scared to get into it, and then it continues to still knife. Not scared, but you know what I mean.
Sometimes
like,
it, obviously there's positions I get in where just right down through me. I mean, here's the thing. When you're waiting for confirmation, you're going to end up paying a higher price. It totally depends on your analysis. Now, if your analysis is based on determining if other people are there or not, like I'm just looking at what I consider to be like the current trend with an area that I think, we should have buyers interested in. And this is another thing I look at. So let's say the market is completely random, which for the most part it is, in my opinion. And if the market is completely random and you were to have an equidistant stop and target, 50% of the time you should be theoretically right and hit your target before your stop. Because if it's completely random, 50% of the time it's going to move 50 ticks up and 50% of the time it's going to move 50 ticks down. So the way I structure my trades, when I get in a trade, I'm taking a third off at an equidistant first target to my stop. And then I'm eliminating, not only I'm taking a profit on that position. So I take my unit risk. I have 3 risk of unit down to 1. And that's in a random occurrence. That's if I can get it 50% of the time. Now, if I can get 60 or higher, and then I look for, final positions on my runners. And that's if I'm trading a multi-target strategy, which is all my orders right now are a multi-target strategy. I do occasionally trade all in, all out, which is just one target, one stop. But yeah, I don't, just the method I trade, I'm just anticipating other people to be where I am. And sometimes they are, and sometimes they're not. Sometimes
yeah. That would be like my only thing. Like because I know you do it for like Asia too. When you're not even like on the screens, you'll just have the limit ready. And then if it hits, it hits. If not, then not. But like, that would be like just my thing is I feel it would just knife on me and, get stopped out. But I guess you already take into consideration that risk prior to even setting your limit. So
yeah, I mean, this is the other thing. Your risk is the same.
yeah,
I mean, if you're risking $200 or you're risking $1,000, you're risking $200 whether you click buy in a market order, or you're risking $200 if you have a order waiting there. The risk is no different.
Yeah.
And I mean, so far I am getting a reaction to this purchase I've had, but there's no way for me to get that price. Like,
you're in.
Yeah, I'm in now, and
nice.
So far we're reacting. I mean, I could still get knifed. I don't know, but at least I'm seeing buyers. Like, my analysis is good enough to know that, that there's buyers there. I also, for like in the morning, that first 10 minutes is a scary part to place a limit order, because a lot of times, and you can see many instances, the first 10 minutes are kind of like a one directional move. So I do like to get filled after 9:40. If I'm getting filled before 9:40, it's usually going to get a stop out, and I'll try to actually go about canceling that. I like for the morning 9:45 and 9:55 is my fill times as we're coming into levels I'm anticipating.
Yeah, I'm like that with like the 10 a.m. I feel a little bit more comfortable being in a position post 10 a.m. because you get that like 4-hour candle close, 30 minutes for the market to kind of settle, do whatever it wants to do. Usually the shenanigans will be out of the way by then, and then yeah. But I'm trying for a limit here too on the Russell at 84. See if we get filled. Should come down. Real quick though, Mr. Monopoly says, how news your Mac 3 screens of TradingView has mine lagging a bit. So I have my ultra wides connected to my Mac Mini, and then I have my 2 portables connected to my MacBook Pro. I got it 2 years ago, so it's a 2024 laptop. And then the Mac Mini I just got for my birthday a couple months ago, so that's the latest model.
Did you buy it yourself?
Yeah. No, my mom actually got it for me.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it was a nice little gift.
I don't know if I trust my mom to buy me a computer.
Well, I kind of told her like what I wanted and like I screenshotted for her. And so she had it ready to
Okay.
go.
There was a lot
Yeah.
of guidance.
There was.
That makes more sense. I was like, if I told my mom to buy me a computer, I'd end up with like an $800 like, basic model.
Bro, I like my mom doesn't even speak English and she like still was able to get the right one and she hooked it up. It's awesome. I like it. The only thing that's annoying, which I mean, I guess it's by default, right? They're two different computers, but I hate that I have to like log into both. That's like the only annoying thing. Having to put in the password twice.
Well, how often is your computer locking on you?
Well, I lock it every time I step away from my desk. I just
Sure
do like
you
lock screen. I don't like shut it off.
You got your cat walking on your keyboard or something?
Bro, you never know. This has my whole life. What do you mean? My phone is connected to this.
Oh, that's right. That's
Can't,
I don't like Macs. I
can't
would
just
not
walk
want my
away,
text
dude.
messages popping up on my screen.
Well, I like that because I can just like I'll be here and I can just text back real quick.
Yeah. All right, we're getting to this is an ATR expansion down bar here, and that why now it's going to be 945. Not I would prefer to enter. Here's that 170 level I mentioned. So this is kind of that lower level of support. I am of course long before that, unfortunately, but we'll see. That's
Bro,
just,
we came 1 point from my limit. Do not reverse on me now.
where was your limit? Were you going short?
No, I'm going long 84 on the Russell, and now it's at 90. Bro, come on. Don't do this to me. But it's cool. I like your trade because you got weekly open, you got Asia highs here, a lot of support at this 130, 140 level.
Yeah, I just bought back in again. I got stopped at, but this is my lower level here. So, and my CL short also filled here. Decent reaction to that level so far.
What's CL doing? Yeah, CL looks like it can kind of it's really ugly, but it can kind of H. What's your target? I would say like I have 98.30.
Final target, well, it's just a little bit off screen. Let me bring this in. My final target is a 97.80. My first target here is going to be 94.30s.
94.30s?
Oh, no, 99. Gosh.
Oh, okay.
It's my dyslexia talking.
I'm like, first target 94, second target 97. Whoa.
First target, new low of the year.
Yo. Come on. This thing's gonna go without me, and I'm gonna just have to sit here.
We came a freaking tick away from my ES fill. I was at 14. Actually, not a tick. I would point. So I was at 14 quarter in the ES. There.
Yeah, that's the same thing, basically, that happened to me.
Oh, okay. So you were, my eyes on your screen right now. But that is.
Guys, we got 1,000 lovely people watching and only 200 likes. Come on. Those are rookie numbers.
All right. First target hit in CL.
Nice.
Continue to.
You're 94.
Yeah, I really. Well, it's 94.34. 90. Stop. You're screwing me up. You're screwing me up. Now I actually believe my order is at 94. I don't even know where it is. I just moved my second target down just because I've been in that trade for only 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes, and it's really moving my way quick. And that's always something I'm like, oh, if I'm right away, I kind of want to be a little further down with my hopes and dreams. Gold staying bid here. I haven't been able to get a deeper.
Wow. YM just new highs. It's just
new took out highs? Those. Oh my gosh, I don't have it on my screen.
Took out pre-market highs. YM. It's going.
Oh, look at that.
Dude,
moonshot. Wow.
There's no way. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is like the comical stuff I'm talking about. We come 1 point away from filling, and then you gonna tell me we get a 13-point ripper? You joking? Can't make this up.
That's the market for you.
Yep. I
Never
promise you,
surprised me.
Jack, if I put my limit a little bit higher,
It
we
would
would have
have
knifed right through.
or they would have stopped you out. It would have
You
came
can't
in,
win.
and
We
then where you
can't.
were going to enter would have been your stop. And
Come on. You know that Jim Carrey? Oh, come on. That's how I'm feeling right now.
I hear you. I hear you. All right. There we go. Come on. Get moving. Thank you. It should have been. That's that right there is the difference between a 940 and a 945 entry for me. I'm like, ugh, as soon as I get filled, I got filled at like 941. I was like, I probably should wait 4 more minutes.
Yeah,
But
but like now, at least you're conscientious of that. Now you can, moving forward,
yeah,
wait.
I just need to
So,
make that rule.
would you now cancel your ES order, or do you just leave it be?
I'm leaving it be for
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I still think that level's like pretty solid. Unfortunately, when a level's too good, it doesn't trade, right?
Yeah, they tease it.
Yeah. But I definitely think there's going to be. It is looking like there's going to be potentially some change in the guard as far as NQ being a little. I mean, unchanged on the NQ. I'm not going to pretend like the world's ending here, but. Just relatively speaking, always like, when you're pointing out the YM being so much stronger, I'll remember that for tomorrow. I'm thinking of mental note, like, oh, okay, like the best pullback here to buy this morning would have been in the YM.
Oh, yeah.
I just pulled up the Russells. Yeah, the Russell just started dumping and ripping right back up, kind of little beach ball underwater action in the RTY. That's moving back up towards the open. And just a note here on this CL position. This is what I refer to as an ideal reaction. This yellow bar means within 10 minutes, I am expanding range in the direction of my trade. Okay, that is great. That is everything I want to see. It's not going to happen every time, of course, but within 10 minutes here, there's the 5. I entered right here. And then that next 5-minute bar is yellow, which means it's an average to range expansion. And so I go, okay, I might really be right on this one. And so instead of just assuming price targets, I start looking at time and just let the market play. Definitely think we're going to get back to this overnight high in the indexes.
So, unfortunately, the Russell just hit what would have been my TP for 24 points. It missed me by 1 point and ran 24. That's great. I cancel that limit.
PLOD, previous low of the day in the Russell, 2787.9. Lows there were 85, so kind of right into that area. And moonshot back to the open here. We're trading the open right now in the Russell. Let's get the open in the NASDAQ. Let's get the open in the NASDAQ. But like I said, this morning, man, I wish I would have been lower on that limit. But that 29,170, really clean hold. This last 5-minute bar is going to be an average range expansion, which is more common off the open because you're going from a low vol environment to a high vol environment, just because obviously you have more volume as soon as that bell rings.
Wow, that is a nasty candle, dude.
Yeah. Dirty dog.
I'm happy you caught it though.
Yeah, but I wish I was in the ES too. I'll bring my ES into this. Is my ES order. I mean, I had exactly what happened to you. This is my order that's been here, and basically a point away. That would have been nice. I mean, I'd be up a few grand on that, but
Oh, good job, Thomas. I'm happy. Some of you guys caught that at least. I didn't, unfortunately, but happy that some of you guys did.
Well, you know what they say: do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
If I give you a level, alrighty,
Bro.
bruh.
Watch that be the cleanest entry I could have gotten today. And then the rest of the day is just going to be like garbage. Garbage.
Garbage. Cool. I mean, gold never got my pullback I wanted either, but that is breaking out 2 new highs currently. Nice 114-point bar here in the that is a trade that's really been working well. Is any dive off the open in this market, that reversal, it's just that beach ball underwater. You push it down, there's sellers,
comes right back up.
and then it's just moonshot. I'm thinking 29,430 is probably as high as I'll look here for. I'm going to move this final target down to 435 in the NQ. That stops. So that bar turns yellow once again. Exactly what I want to see. Doesn't happen all the time, but when it happens, I like it. Makes me want to move my target up to the open 38s here and go a little higher. I don't see why we wouldn't get that open.
All right, Jack, hold it down.
All right.
I'll be right back. I'm still here. I am going to put a limit though for the YM at the 9 EMA 5-minute. If we come back, retest that. Target January highs and the monthly open at 902. And then lows would stops would be at low a day. Carlo, I don't know if I'm going to London. I have no idea.
I don't think you are, Salma.
Unfortunately, probably not.
I don't think I am either. I wanted
I'm
the
ready.
flights must be a little pricey. I was like, I'll take a trip. Actually, I have so much going on. I don't even know if I'd go.
I could be packed in an hour. Just let me know.
I'm not even packed for Mexico.
Oh, you got time.
I gotta do that. I got time. I got 24 hours.
I packed for Miami the night before. You'll be okay.
No wonder you were sweating. Thinking you were going to New Jersey. What I really need to do is find somebody to iron my suit when I get to Mexico. I'm
sure the hotel will do that.
I actually called them. They said they don't. I was like, what the heck? But they have a concierge that might. But now I'm like, am I going to trust like my suit getting in a dry cleaner and back in 24 hours or by some random like dry cleaner in Mexico? Like, sounds a little sketch. You know what I'm saying? I just, I mean, I wouldn't even do that in America. I mean, not that I don't trust Mexican dry cleaners, but it's just like if that suit just somehow doesn't get back to me, I'm going to be wearing shorts.
You're not going to have anything to wear to your brother's wedding.
I'm going to look like a fool.
No, I'm sure they'll like hook you up and take care of you because, they want to get paid.
Yeah.
All right, everything's pulling back here a bit. Come on, YM, pull back with them.
How do I proceed when you see such divergence in the S&NQ? I don't overthink it. I just, sometimes hindsight's 2020. The ES bounced out of that low. That's why I didn't get filled in the ES. I mean, so, maybe for the next pullback, I would be more aggressive in my bid with the ES and trade the E if I wanted to have one of the two markets long. I will tell you what, next time we get pullbacks, I'll probably actually be looking at the YM. But like, as far as the trade I'm in, I'm not like, there's really not much I can do. I definitely don't want to see these lows retest. But here we are getting down again. Could be that, two-sided tape here, or we swing through Friday's low and get some spooking going on. If we start trading back through Friday's low down through 29,114, that'd definitely be something to be, that would change my bias for a bit for sure. Yeah, I might flip. No. We're either going to go two-sided here or we're going to get washed. Down to like 29.50s. I can see us retesting some overnight support levels if we don't hold here.
I'm back. NQ's really struggling here, huh? Looks like it's just really close to making new lows.
Yep.
Don't like that.
I don't like it either. I also don't like where the ES is rejecting from too. Here we go. It's 10 o'clock here. First half an hour is over.
4-hour candle close too. Let's see how that looks.
Well, we can get back up to
Carlo, I never said that. I would like to be there, just it's up in the air.
what's up in the air?
London. How many people are here from Europe? Or London, I should say. Do we have a big British crowd?
A big British crowd. So funny.
Oh, we do. Wow. Okay. It's Futch. You're from London?
Right,
Italy, cool.
Yeah. Do not like that we have not continued from that expansion down.
On that's what, CL?
Yeah, I took it off for, I don't know, 10 or 15 ticks, but I'm going to be doing the same here in the NASDAQ, if we continue to not catch a bid, I do think we'll maybe get down to like another 100 points from here before finding a low. This is kind of a failure to continue. And that ES might come right back to where I'm looking to get long. There was earlier before maybe finding get down
All
there.
right, well, I filled on that why I'm long. Let's see. I don't know if you realized last week, Jack, but there was dispersion between NQYM. So every time, like, unless all four of the indices were on the same page, the MO was YM would push, NQ would drop, or NQ would push, YM would drop. They were like working in opposite directions of each other. So if NQ drops here, I'll be looking to see if YM continues to push. That's something Craig pointed out last week, and I've been keeping an eye on that.
Interesting.
It's like whenever they sell the AI CapEx story, they go and they're like buying up, the Dow names, and then vice versa. Vice versa.
Versa versa.
That's cool though. We have a big international crowd in the chat. Yeah, sell AI, buy boomer index, and vice versa.
The boomer index. What time frame for candle you use to take entry, exit? Which see on my chart, my guy. 5 minutes.
That's the lowest you'll go?
I rarely go to a 1 minute. I mean, I just don't think it's necessary. First of all, guys, the price is the same no matter what time frame you're looking at.
True.
Let's just be clear. You can look at a 1 minute and the price is the same. I know somebody might tell you different, but I promise you it's the same price. So it really doesn't matter as much as you think it does. I just think the smaller the time frame you're looking at, you're just looking at the most recent price action. And you get caught up in only looking at what's happened in the last 30 minutes and not understanding what's going on for the last few days.
Yeah, I like higher time frames too.
So I do top-down analysis. Start on a higher time frame, move to a smaller time frame, and then I stay on the same time frame primarily, unless I want to back out. Like what you're seeing, like even when I'm sharing these charts, like this NQ, I mean, I have a 5-minute chart, but you're only seeing price data. Move this out of the way. I can see what time this is. Switch it around. Yeah. All right. The only price data that's visible on the NASDAQ on this chart is from 7:30 in the morning. I am looking at much more data than just from 7:30 in the morning. Now, if I were to switch to a 1 minute chart, which I'm not going to do because it'll actually screw with my orders, because it'll change my order size. When I switch time frames, the other reason I'm using the 5-minute chart is because I'm assuming that I can be right. The only time I'm using a 1 minute chart is when you have an extremely fast one directional move. Those typically don't last very long. You don't like rally straight up on the 1 minute chart indefinitely all day long. You will eventually pull back on a higher time frame. So I don't, like this morning, if you were to want to catch this like one-way drop here that lasted about 20 minutes, you probably would need to find a 1 minute entry because the 5-minute chart is just like a cascade of selling pressure. But
with that candle on NQ.
Yeah, that's I wasn't too. I did flip. I'm glad I flipped out of that CL. You can see that CL made that push, and that's just kind of like, I would have been stopped out. Instead, I took a small win and then just I'll re-enter. But
Good execution there.
Yeah, that's when I feel good. Like I'm like, that's good trading. Like seeing, like reacting to it, it reacted great. It looked great. And then as soon as it stopped looking great, I'm not going to sit around and be stubborn. I know what that should have looked like. And it stopped looking like it was looking. And
Yeah.
so react.
And it's very easy to try and convince yourself of all the reasons why you should stay in the trade. You'll start looking for anything to kind of grasp onto to stay
Yeah.
in. But yeah, that is like very toxic. So good job, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you. And then just
You're
kind of to
welcome.
explain, the NASDAQ kind of did the same thing where it actually dipped back down. But the thing is, like I said earlier, I'm not short biased. The index is just, I have a little more, I definitely think oil is more of a two-sided trade than the indexes right now. I mean, you've been seeing that thing trend higher. So that's why I'm not as eager to stay in that short, as opposed to I'm more willing to stay in my NQ long, just because, I mean, just look how this market's traded. I mean, there is that buying that you see that's so aggressive. It doesn't just like disappear. It's like, of course you'll have days that rotate lower, but oftentimes it's not just like, oh, we're not going to see, like, at least currently, and believe in this price action, we're not going to wake up today and all of a sudden be down 800 points in the NASDAQ. Like, that's a slow process that has to happen. And if we can push back above this, man, there's a gold entry I just missed. I actually like where we just dipped up lower in GC. Keep on the ball, Where is my gold chart? I'm just gonna do that.
I think YM gets above the 760 level and it should be a pretty clean shot up to 900.
All right. Nice. Here we go. So we can push through this high here. Let's get this back into the
Google still pushing. Microsoft just popped new high a day. Should help out the indices. Tesla trying to.
get on. Giddy up. This has been a pretty big range. I mean, this is high vol. I don't think this is a typical. I mean,
Typical morning.
These candles here are running big in the NQ. You got a couple of 100 pointers, multiple 100 pointers, 3 or 4 of them off the open in 5 minutes.
Oh, cool. We have gamma alerts now. Is that new? The first time I see it on the channel. Jim, is that you?
Jim's got the
MenthorQ. They've been there? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't been paying attention.
All right. Well, I got my second order short here in CL. I might actually move this down a couple ticks. Here we go. Give me fill. Give me fill. Give me fill. There we go. All right. Let's see what happens here.
You're back in NQ and CL. Nice.
Yeah, I never got out of that NQ, but do need to push above here. Otherwise, I'm scared of the range.
Oh, you just moved your tracker
I
out of the
should
way.
have never moved my first target, but there was such a good react. My first target would have been hit initially, but we just reacted so aggressively that I actually just figured I'd move it up. But it just seems like it's going to be more of a whippy day.
Okay, looks like there's news that just came out.
Yay, news.
And Tracy just shared it in the chat.
Tracy and Jim had a weekend.
Yep. They went and hung out with Stowe. I can't believe they're back and like working.
What do you
When
think?
did you guys even come
Think
back?
they'd be unable to work after a weekend with Stowe? I don't think it gets that wild.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't want to come back to work mode right after. But I guess we did it for
Yeah, it's a weekend
Miami.
in Pittsburgh. It's a weekend in Pittsburgh. Come on, oh, jeez.
It's not Mexico and it's not
One
Miami.
weekend in Pittsburgh. Oh boy, I'm on the rest. I'm on the men's.
All right. Jim says Stowe wasn't the one to worry about.
I don't have a hard time believing that.
Oh, what the heck?
Stowe is an early to bed, early to rise.
Jim is the one to worry about.
All right. Decent reaction. At least we're getting a reaction here in CL. And if we can push through this high, I should get a fill. My first target in this NASDAQ trade is going to be the open. And then I basically got I'm not pushing too high. I do think we'll take out those overnight highs, but based on the action we've seen, I don't think we're going to hold a continuation above it right now on the NASDAQ. So I'm just looking for a squeeze through those overnight highs into Friday's resistance / selling area. And then I'll probably look for another pullback later in the day, but I would expect potential sellers above those overnight highs. So I don't know. Let's get to that. I guess I don't want to be too ahead of my own shots. Definitely need to get back to the open here. Yes, pushing up. Look at my old analyzer here. Yeah. Come on now. I'll tell you what, though, I will be moving my stop up in the NQ. I do not need it as loose as it is.
Your first target is what, 34?
Yeah.
334?
Yeah, that's just the open, roughly.
I like it. So what made you get back into CL?
So I still kind of have that. A lot of times, like, my bias won't change. It's just, how I manage my positions. Like that lower level had a reaction, and then, it's just, once again, it's all positioning. So I just figured we'd run through stops. Also, I did, I counted this move up. I didn't think we'd last longer than 25 minutes, and I had a potential resistance level there. And if you count 1, 2, 3, 4. This was the 5th bar, so that's always like a timing confluence I use if we're at a resistance level on a 5th bar of a rally. I think maybe we'll at least get a pullback. It's also just a resistance level I had from this morning. So, but mostly really, we pushed for 25 minutes up and then stalled. I don't really see CL as a market that's just going to completely rip out today. I could be wrong, but yeah, this is going to be management time though on this NQ though, because we are just dilly-dallying with.
I know, it's so slow.
Another real failure to get through that. We need to. I will not be in this trade longer than. Let's see. I'm gonna push it out to. We'll see where we're at 10:40. If we're still moving around here in 10:40, I might just take a look at this later, because that would just mean we've been spending the whole morning basically in a consolidation.
Well, again, I mean, I know you're not probably watching the Mag 7 names, but Microsoft new high day, Google new high day,
Okay.
Tesla's trying. The only thing that's not really helping us out is Nvidia just really bear flagging here on the 5-minute.
Which
Other
is
than that, everything else looks to be propped up.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've paid attention to that guy, Leopold Archibald. You heard of this man?
No.
So he's like your age, which is young and wise. And he started with like he worked at OpenAI, got fired for whatever reason, started a fund with $200 million and has run it up to about $5 billion. And he's kind of like the name out there. Everybody was waiting for his 13F, which is his financial report on the stocks he's owning. And he actually added NVIDIA, I believe, from what I read. So he's probably, like when Buffett buys or whatever. Now, I'm not, this guy is to be determined if he'll end up being like Buffett or not, but he definitely has one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive, track record of any hedge fund this year, or since inception. And so, I mean, 200 million to 5 billion is in a year is no small feat. But he had NVIDIA, I believe.
Cool.
Yeah, read about him if that sounds interesting to you. I mean, I always like to follow anybody that's an expert in their field, and he's a smart cookie, that's for sure.
Send me his name again later. I'm not gonna remember that.
I'll message.
But yeah, like everything, all of the Mag 7 names are pretty much doing what they need to do, except Nvidia and Apple, and that can change pretty quick. Nvidia can just get literally a random candle pushing us higher out of nowhere. Would not shock me. Apple, though, tends to really do whatever it wants to do. It kind of just has a mind of its own. And sometimes, like, the market will be dumping and Apple will just be pumping. It's just, sometimes it just does, like, the most random shit. So, yeah, I like to just keep an eye on the Mag 7 and see what they're doing.
I'll type the name in the chat.
Yeah. S11, simple. I feel there might be sector rotation coming soon. Last I looked, XLF looked really, really good. Looks like it wanted to break out. Let me see what it's doing now. Yeah, wow. Look at XLF Ripper candle off the open. If you go on the daily, it looks really clean. It's like, it's exactly what Chris always mentions, that like wedge formation pattern. It looks really good.
About to get filled here in gold. There we go. Oh, okay. All right, now move. Do something.
Look, I have it here for XLF.
I'm going to be actually looking to take 2/3 of my position off.
Oh, you can't even see it. But anyway, yeah, XLF looking real good. Potential sector rotation into financials soon. So would keep an eye on that. Simple. Also keep an eye on XLV. Keep an eye on healthcare names. What's the tool? What's the tool that you're referencing? You know what, Jim? At least I tried. I'm ready for Leo to get on here in about 30 minutes and start hammering me about this Gladiator movie.
Maybe you just have your boy Claude give you a nice summary.
No, I really am enjoying the movie. It's actually a really good movie.
You're enjoying it. So this means this is a multi-part effort for you to finish it.
Oh, I just fell asleep last night. I have like 40 minutes left.
Which you started at 2 a.m.?
Bro, I started at like 9. I
know you're up late.
Not on Sunday nights because I wake up extra early on Mondays. So
you normally do this Monday morning session? Is this?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been on Mondays with Tanya for I think since the beginning of the year. So it's about 5 months. I did watch it, guys. I just didn't finish it. Jeez. Look at chat hammering me too. I don't need this.
You have people rooting for you. Okay. They want you to finish. They just want to see you complete something.
Bro, I will get through it. Trust.
Trust the process. You're gonna watch it on your phone. I know you are. Oh my gosh, I'm really.
I'll probably finish the last 40 minutes on my phone. Yeah, there's a chance, or I can just I'll probably prop it up on my laptop, so I can still watch the market.
3 monitors.
I mean, the ultra wide should count as a small TV. Let's be real. It's freaking humongous.
I mean, 32 inches used to be like the standard television size in a home, and maybe even considered large. Now you got I got friends who got 80 inches. I'm like, what are you doing with that?
Yeah, that's a little bit overkill.
Let
me see what the exact sizing of this monitor is. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
It is Gladiator 34.
2. Gladiator 2 is not the same as Gladiator 1. As are most remakes in modern Hollywood form. They just sprinkle a little California on the movie and ruin it.
So, should not watch it?
Gladiator 2 is a no, but a Gladiator 1
is a yes. I feel I can watch Gladiator again too, by the way. Like the first one, I can watch it again. I feel
Let's finish it for the first time, okay? Get a little out of yourself. You're really getting out of yourself. You're trying to double down on a position that hasn't hit its target.
I thought that's what you're supposed to do.
Oh man.
Yeah, I need this YM trade to hit so that I don't feel as bad as I do about my missed Russell trade.
Dude, I'm so over this NASDAQ trade.
I'm telling you, when YM is pushing, NQ is dumping and vice versa. That's why I was sitting in drawdown when you were in really good profit before. Well, you're still in really good profit, but you know what I mean?
No, I'm not. I mean, I've taken, I just haven't, this is my last test here of this level. And then I'm getting out of this and I'm just going to focus on gold. I really like my gold entry right now.
Your gold. Oh, you're short gold?
No, I'm long. I got
long gold.
61s.
Yo, you just get in positions and you don't even tell me, and then I'm like,
I said I've got a limit. I said my limit's about to get hit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I need to pay a little bit more attention.
I don't hammer it. I don't I'll say something, but at the end of the day, everybody's trading their own book. So you'll never hear me talking absolutes. Like we're absolutely going here. And anytime I hear somebody talking absolutes, like they know what's going to happen, I literally just completely block them. Just because
someone go ahead.
They go ahead. If you talk in absolutes, you simply haven't been trading long enough. And you're not a humble individual. So, for anybody to ever think that they know what's going to happen is just an absolute character fault when it comes to trading. Because if that's how you trade, you're probably a stubborn trader. Someone
earlier in my group goes, this was during pre-market. He's like, with all the volatility during Asia, I knew there was going to be a headline brewing. And I'm like, oh, you knew? Really? Why didn't you tell the rest of us? Because I got caught in that headline. I'm like, well, if you knew something was going to come out, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you give me a heads up?
Wait, surprise Nostradamus, news hits the tape. Oh my goodness. Why don't you tell me what year the world's falling apart? Like,
People are just
I
funny,
knew there
man.
was going to be a tape. News that is going to come. All right. I am out of this NQ. I am not taking an L on that trade. And this is a third test I have no interest in sitting through. I'm going to have to wait for a washout. See how far. Maybe we get down. I would think we're probably going to push through Friday's RTH low of Friday in here in the NQ 29,090s before getting a bounce. This third test is not something I want to see. I'll still look at the ES at the level I've previously been interested in, that 14.5. But three tests at this level is not something I'm interested in figuring out. I might actually add to my gold though. I do like that.
All right. YM finally cleared the 760 level on the 15-minute. I need us to just go vertical here. 902 is the target. Well, 906.
DL pushing up to, I don't know, kind of just looking like we're getting some turns. There's a new low and Q's here for the regular trading hour session. Let's see if it pushes through or buyers step back up.
Anyone going to see the Odyssey? Yeah, I want to see that. I read the book.
My risk reward, Sean, is not constant. It's varying, but it's always at least 1-to-1. It just really depends on the size of the move I'm anticipating and the volatility of which we're trading under.
Mr. Market, we had to read it in high school. It was part of our English
High school
assignment.
you're going to. They made you read a 2,000-page book.
Well, no, we didn't read. It wasn't like the full thing. I actually don't remember like specifics, but I do know the story well, and I actually really enjoyed it. It was very, very interesting.
I definitely didn't participate in that type of education.
But yeah, the high school I went to was definitely different than most people's high school.
Tell me how.
It was a vocational school. It was a technical school, so it was almost like college and high school. Tell me how. Thumbs me up disappears. Look at that. Guys, I bored Jack. How dare he? All right. NQ new low a day. Crazy. We're about to sweep midnight open on NQ. Hold on. At 55. No, I didn't go to a welding school, but they did offer welding in my school. It was like a vocational technical school, and you would in 8th grade you had to apply to get in, and it's basically the same thing you have to do for college, where you have to like apply and pick your major. You have to do the same thing for this high school, and I majored in criminal justice, and that was my 4 year. I had that for 4 years straight, same class every day for 4 years, along with like your regular English, science, math. It was a great school. Yeah, Rogue Shots. I'm gonna watch the Odyssey first, and then I'll watch Troy. I think that's gonna be how I do it. Wow, NQ just knifing. All right, next level I have here would be 988 London lows. Jeez, Nvidia is Nvidia, Tesla new low day, Nvidia new low day. Yeah, Nvidia puked. It's unfortunate. Jeez. Yeah, and Nvidia really gave it up there. Basically a $3 drop from when we last spoke about it. Nice job, Jero. Good job.
Yeah, I think we are now due for a bias flip. IMO. I want to cancel that ES order. Where are you? Yes. Ooh, I got in it. Man, I got in it. I didn't realize I got in that when I was away from my desk.
What'd you get in?
That ES order I would have canceled, but I stepped away and when we collapsed.
See what happens when you give me a thumbs up?
Is that what I did?
Uh-huh. Gave me the thumbs up and disappeared. I'm gonna hold this YM long.
Oh, I might like that. Oh yeah. Actually, I like go get along a little lower here. I'm gonna place an order. Oops.
Well, everything made new lows except YM.
Look at that.
So you said you're gonna remember that YM was strong tomorrow?
Yeah, or even today. Like I'm looking to trade the Y. I mean, the YM. Just paying attention to what's moving higher and what's moving lower. Is place a limit here in a YM. I'd still like 49,580 is. Is that going to go wrong?
580, you said? Yeah, okay, I like that. I have 602.
No, I'm actually going to go a little higher. Go 99.
YM is green on the day. Everything else is red.
All right, well, this US may actually be okay. Do I want to be more aggressive than that? Midpoint in the YM is 49,801, which is kind of where we saw resistance. I definitely want to see it back above that. Let's see a higher time frame.
Hi, Larry. Thanks for being here. Thank you. I like when I stream with Jack.
Me too, Salma. Well, meeting you.
Just the two of us. We're usually with like other people. I think this is our first solo.
Yeah, they put us in a room alone finally.
Okay. Pause. Pause.
The trade room, relax.
Peepoo goes Jack or Tanya. Pick one. Why do I have to pick?
She can have a favorite boy and a favorite girl.
Well, like, no, why do I even have to pick? Why can't I just like everybody? Yo, great. At least chat is awake.
Got to keep them on their toes.
Rogue Shots goes, this is the chillest combo. I don't know about that. I don't know if Jack is chill, guys.
Just a good balance of informative market talk and
Yeah.
good jokes. You say I'm not chill. I'm not chill enough.
Yeah, I feel like you've got more energy than you do like mellowness. You're always
Yeah.
like I think there's something wrong with Jack. Like if he's not, constantly
Some
like
days
yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah, I know.
Like if I trade Asia, I'm like, oh, it's up till 12 o'clock. I am a sleeper. I need my sleep. If I don't sleep, I'm just real tired.
Well, dude, that's why I was telling you Sundays I sleep early, so Monday morning I don't feel like crap. I wake up earlier on Mondays than I do the rest of the week. Someone said Salma, you chat more when Tanya is here. Is that true? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I've been talking this whole time, guys.
If I'm not on here, I really don't talk a lot, to be honest. When I'm trading, I'm not a.
Well, I mean, who would you talk to? I mean, I don't.
Who'd you talk to? You say that on friends besides you, Salma?
No, I'm saying while trading.
Who'd you talk to if it wasn't me, huh?
No, during trading.
Larry, or no, what was it? Rokan? No, there isn't. Because honestly, I mean, the market analyzer, I think you can. There's probably a YouTube video. You just can't configure like mine. You could configure it, but like everything I have on here is completely built by me. So I don't think there's going to be a. Let's see here, we might actually get a little. I did play a small long here in the NASDAQ, just kind of off that exhaustion bottom. Once again, it's still beach ball underwater for me theory in these indexes. Even if they do go down, I just very seldom think we're going to get another wave lower. It's just like that exhaustion down into it. This is looking for just a pull back up, I do need to get.
I think I'm going to add to this position.
Are you now?
I think so. Yeah, I added.
Okay.
And I moved TP a little higher. And the one that I just added, TP is just going to be right above high day. So here we go. Let's see. I like this wick on the Russell off of the midnight open. I like the reaction on ES and Q as well.
Yeah, I kind of want to drag a little bit up here.
Yeah, Nvidia catching a bid here. Google, Amazon looks like it wants to make new high day. So yeah, it's not a bad spot to add to my longs.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think let's see. Man, this ES rally out of low. I want to move my stop up. And maybe we can get pushed up to the mid in the ES here. If we can get a run back at highs, I'd look for the eventual mid of the day, prior day. 74, 68, 75 would kind of be that upper level here that I would look for. 68.
Oh, I think Trump just posted something.
What, a picture of him with aliens? Did you see that? Do you think that's real?
I don't know. I saw Tracy asking if that was real. I'm not sure, but he just put out a
Might be
Truth
real.
Social post. It's very long. I'm not going to even read that, but it's about Iran and the war.
You can imagine what it says. Probably something along the lines of, I do not agree.
Whatever it is, it needs to be positive to push us higher. That's what I need.
Don't forget, America is back-to-back World War champs, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, what did you say?
Back-to-back World War champs.
Oh, okay, good. No, I just didn't hear what you said. Chill, B. Alrighty. Any minute now. I didn't expect today to be like this slow, honestly.
I don't. Why is today slow? This is huge ranges.
No, but it's just like,
I mean, top to bottom, the Nasdaq's freaking.
well, I don't trade the
400
NQ.
points.
NQ is moving 100 points back and forth, sure, yeah, but like YM, Russell hasn't really moved much.
I mean, ES is like 50. I mean, I don't have those other two up right now. I mean, but I mean, it ain't a tight range.
We're literally stuck in the 30-minute OR on ES.
Are we?
Yeah.
We took it. We took out the low.
Yeah. But I'm saying like the current candle hasn't closed yet. I mean, obviously still 13 minutes left, so a lot can happen, but we're still in that range.
Gotcha.
It's basically just moving sideways. That's what I'm trying to get out.
I'll take this as a slow day any day.
All right. Take it.
Give me the slowness.
Honestly, I don't mind though sitting in this all day as long as it doesn't obviously invalidate and it just continues to grind higher. I wouldn't mind being in this all day. Rag City. Why everybody talks so badly about the YM? You guys leave it alone. Leave it be.
Baby. YM's a baby.
Because YM is the boomer index. Coca-Cola hasn't moved since the cola wars ended. Oh God.
I actually wonder what Coca-Cola's average return is over the last 10 years. I have zero clue. It's got to be.
I think people get in that for the dividends, I think.
What is it, like Warren Buffett gets like $400 million a quarter off Coca-Cola and dividends? It's insane. Imagine
Pretty much.
$400 million dividend check. Like, that is crazy.
For doing nothing.
Let's not pretend that traders and investors don't contribute to the economy, Salma.
No, I'm just saying, like, he's getting that much just for buying a company that he probably would have bought anyway, you know? Like, that's what I mean.
Gotcha. YM is so much stronger.
GC. I know you're long, but
I know. I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it.
this 32 looks like it could come quick, Jack.
Yeah. What? I got my stop in, so that'll be my last trade in GC then unless we retest prior day low. This kind of needs to. But yeah, I mean, I know they were mentioning bonds and stuff, and the way I look at where bonds currently are, I mean, we really need to take out that overnight high. At some point this week, if we cannot get above that overnight high in bonds, which I would be very concerned if we don't do that this week, I think we would. We're at the full 50% retracement long from the low of the overnight session in bonds right now in ZB. So if that doesn't really come in as support, these indexes got another leg down, as ZB would, I assume, had lower as well. So
do you trade?
I will occasionally. It is like such a slow. It's a totally different market as far as like the speed it moves and the volatility in which it moves in. I will trade it, but it's not something I actively trade.
Yeah. All right, that's cool. I don't think I've ever traded it.
Yeah, it's $32 a tick. But it's like the ticks are like, I mean, the bid ask is like 3,000, but I don't know what it is right now, but it's like, it's so deep.
So you're telling me never to touch it?
No, I'm just saying like, it's just
it's like, no.
Different market. I think it's a good market for like optimal swinging. It's extremely liquid. Coca-Cola over the last 20 years is up 300%. Not bad. I remember like a 12-pack of Coke was like $5. Now by me, it's like 10.
Did I tell you the story of when I bought a 12-pack of Coke in Miami?
I do know that story. They gotcha. The emblem.
Bro, I lost twice. I literally lost twice. I lost on what the hotel was charging me, and then I lost on paying for a 12-pack.
I you know what? I applaud the effort.
Bro,
how many Cokes did you end up drinking though?
I think 2. Me, Tanya, Savannah, me, Tanya, Savannah, we went to CVS. I had to carry this 12-pack back. I'm carrying other stuff. I got Jim and Pax's toothbrush and toothpaste. I'm carrying all this shit.
Get you running
all for it to not even work. It was.
I've had worse defeats.
I legit felt defeated.
I've had worse defeats.
I legit felt like, why, God, why? But yeah.
Do you think it was karma for something you did that weekend?
No, what did I do that weekend? Whoa.
God's just punishing you for trying to thieve a Coke away from that hotel for, what did they charge you? $10 for one?
Honestly, I don't even know. Yeah, it was like $8. It was, the menu said $8. That's a lot.
Did you end up having to pay for that, or did it go to somebody else?
No, I paid for it.
No,
we put our
cards.
They
did make me put a credit card on file when I checked in. It's like, wait, hold up. Thought this was taken care of.
Yeah, no. I had to pay for that. Savannah goes, "We are God strong soldiers." Oh, that was a tough walk back. I'm not gonna lie.
The level of defeat you must have felt, the shame.
Bro, I get up to my room so excited to like reload up on the Coke I drank. And I'm like, wait a minute, something doesn't look right here.
Had I known you had a 12-pack, I would have been crawling for a 12.
There was a guy. I was trying to give it away. I was trying.
I didn't get any notifications. I didn't see you down there with a jersey on handing out free Cokes like you worked for them.
I was trying because I knew, if I checked out, then I'm just leaving the Coke behind.
You didn't try to check it in your bag on the way home?
No. No. Just left it.
There's always next time.
I did have I had 2 monitors and my laptop wet, so I was already carrying enough. But now I know to never
The mini
drink
bar will
from the
get you.
fridge.
The mini bar will get you. I don't mess with. I don't even open it. Be tempted.
Bro, I was so thirsty when I first arrived, and yeah, just
I
I
can
needed
lose
something.
$5,000 in 20 minutes trading, and I don't care. And I spend $8 on a Coke, and I'm pissed off.
Bro, it's the principle. It is the principle. That's why.
I am. That is insane. $8
Yeah.
on Coke, $5,000 trading. Who cares? $8 on Coke.
That's where I draw the line.
That is gonna upset me.
Yeah. I contemplated it too. I like there was a QR code. I scanned it to see what the menu was like. Saw $8 and I'm like, damn. Do I really want this?
This was premeditated. This is.
They freaking knew.
Oh man. Really, I am definitely going to be watching ZB low of the day, low of Friday, 110.17. I'm going to set an alert at 110.16. But if we start taking out that 110.16 here, I am actually going to be flipping for potential real shorts. Real shorts.
All right, guys, before Nick and Leo get on and they claim credit to the like count, it would be amazing if we could pump those numbers up.
Yeah, if you could all do me a favor and get that like count up to 500, which means 50% of you currently watching have at least liked the stream. Thank you. There's a jump in 20. Can I get 20? Can I get 25? Can I get 25? 30? Can I get 30? Can I get 35? Can't dislike anymore. Oh, wait, you can dislike.
No, come on, guys. Let's pretend that button doesn't exist.
They just don't show you how many people.
Kat says, I forgot. Never forget. It should become secondhand nature, guys. You tune in, hit the like button, and then you come say hello to us.
For those who don't understand why we ask for the like button, what the like button does is it boosts our audience on the algorithm of YouTube. And by doing that, we can continue to provide you more and more valuable content, meetups, and giveaways. Yeah. So if you like meetups, giveaways, and more content and highly valuable guests, you got to hit that like button. It's not just because we like that number up. There's legitimacy behind it. All right, Empire. Thanks for your opinion.
Why are you even here?
Feel free to
leave.
Watching. Thank you.
There's something called free will. You know, you could just walk away from stuff. Oh God, here we go. Hi, Nick.
Just hi me. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Leo.
Are you guys?
Hey, Leo.
Are you guys still
right?
this morning? Still not friends?
No, we're best friends.
I don't believe that. Did you watch Gladiator yet?
I did, and then I fell asleep. I have 40 minutes left. I have 40 minutes left.
Excuse me?
What do you mean, excuse me? I had to be up at 6 a.m. to be ready for the show. To trade the open.
I have no sympathy for you. I was streaming until like 10 o'clock last night.
Bro, you guys do that for funsies and by choice.
And you watch Gladiator for funsies and by choice to remain friends with all of us.
You know what? No, Mr. Monopoly, I will not lie. I will tell the truth. I could have just told you guys I finished it, but I didn't.
I wouldn't
I'm almost
believe
done
you.
though. No, I am almost done. All jokes aside,
You actually?
I
It's
am.
like a school project
40
for you.
minutes.
But you like so are you enjoying the movie?
I actually really do enjoy it. Yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
I'm surprised I haven't watched it earlier. I really am. I'm shocked. It's a good movie.
We watched it last night. My
I
daughter
think it
and
was
her
made
boyfriend.
before you were born, Salma.
Yeah, it was 2000. Mm-hmm.
Wait, it was actually before you were born?
Yeah, I'm born
Holy-
2001.
Oh my gosh.
So, Leo, what did your daughter think?
They loved it.
Yeah. All right, cool. I was so sad for him. They kill his wife and his son, and then they take him as a slave. I felt so bad.
He got redemption.
Yeah. Wait, don't ruin it for me.
You'll
Chill.
find out.
You'll find out.
Chill.
You're going to find out.
Yeah. It was cool, though, seeing the scene where it's like, are you not entertained? I'm like, damn, now I know where this is from. You said GIF all the time, and now I know where this is from. Ugh, GIF. Oh, my goodness.
Salma's so fucking fire with bad takes. It's crazy.
Bro, GIF
spits them
just
out.
rolls off the tongue.
It doesn't.
Whatever.
I'm just ready for this long to rotate back to the week open.
I'm so dead.
Yeah, I hope so. Really need to catch a bid here in bonds. Actually, Matt, I'd never watch him, but it's definitely starting to matter.
You let us know, Jack. You're going to be our guy.
Well, just set an alert at 110.16. Friday low. If we start taking out Friday's low and ZD, I'd start really getting concerned for the remainder of the day of the indexes moving any higher. So
Big bond guy, huh?
Big
huge
bond
bond guy.
Big bond guys in the chat.
Got to post. I had to post bond this weekend. I'm just kidding.
Hey, yo.
That's a different type of bond, brother.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? No, stayed out of trouble. But all right, well, you guys have at it. I'll be watching Gladiator when we turn this off. So it's
Hell
a great
yeah.
movie.
I got to go finish the rest of it. So, yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Good luck on your trades.
Take care.
Thanks.
Later.
Bye,
you guys.
Jack. Bye, chat.
Okay. So, I should have probably tried to
Ooh.
cover there.
Ooh. Right into the IB low, and they said, hell no.
All right, I'm going to cut because that feels like something just came out there. I'll take 20 points. I don't feel like getting stopped on whatever is going on there.
Yeah, we're
I
moving.
paper handed a short, and I don't know. I don't know how much more I want to do today.
I'm still short from 290.
Yeah, that seemed like the easy one. As well, if you didn't catch, I guess the 420 short in the pre-market because that meme continues for some reason.
Yeah.
Big IB guy. I'm the biggest IB guy out of all the IB guys.
Prove it.
I can't. Unfortunately, it's proprietary.
Nick has proprietary things now.
Yep. Just proprietary IB things like everybody. Chat, good morning. How are we doing? Everybody surviving? Get all the R's for me. I mean, I would already be basically back at break even, so I'm fine with just one R there. A tape flipped last
I think
Friday.
I have
Bounces
like
get sold.
I'm 200R.
It's a lot of R.
12R. But we've already hit like the target for the day. This magic box, which we
did.
bounced from. Is that where you're long from?
No, I got long at like just whatever, a little above 29K. I'm
Okay.
flat now. That little
Okay,
move
okay.
spooked me. I just didn't feel
Yeah.
like it. I could see us rotating like another 100 points.
Oh, we
I
still have
guess
to
back
break
to the overnight low.
Yeah, we still have to break the overnight low.
Yeah. So the fact that we just rejected again off that little LVN, I'm like, all right. IB low right there, week open. We just rejected again. So maybe don't be too much of an idiot.
Yeah. Man, that's to the downside, like on the higher time frame, it just looks like it's ready.
Mm-hmm.
She's ready.
Let's see.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, go watch Gladiator.
Yeah, if you've not seen Gladiator,
we're gonna get a whole group of people watching Gladiator.
I can't believe you people have never seen it. And then you can go watch the second version and feel bad about it.
What's the second one? Have you?
Yeah, we watched it one random night on streaming. It wasn't like it was bad. I mean, it kind of, in my opinion, ruins the original story a little bit. Just the way it kind of continues. But I mean, it's a popcorn movie. You're gonna be entertained, but nowhere near as good as the original.
I refuse. Second version? No.
Let's see if we want to rotate down back to 820s. Not 820, sorry. Like 05. $9.20 is what I meant. Sorry. I just lost the chat. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, I kind of agree too, is 2 hours of your life you never get back. But I mean, I wouldn't say wasted 2 hours. I was disappointed. The story's not
If you're
great.
already gonna waste 2 hours of your life, like just sitting there, maybe
I've wasted 2 hours doing worse things, but the story is not great. So it is a fair assumption.
Yeah, you could say that about anything.
Trust me, I've wasted a lot more time watching worse movies and shows and things than that.
What about wasting time working on AI?
There's no such thing as wasting time on AI. There's just the wasting of tokens because you're very poor at telling this damn thing what to do. There is nothing like the mental breakdown of being in a loop with Claude.
Am I going to get personalized AI support now that I have a dedicated machine for AI stuff?
Do you have a dedicated machine now for AI stuff? Am I going to help you AI max? All I know is I would love to see...
You remember that computer that I bought in December, right?
I know. We can get you squared away.
Okay.
You've got a... what's your GPU there? 5080. Yeah, you can run some stuff.
When is your AI course coming out?
When is my AI course? I don't know. I could have Claude do one. It'll probably be shitty.
That's might be the new thing. You know, like
it is. I've already seen it.
Oh, you already seen like
I already
AI
people
courses?
Trying to do courses, and it's the same idiots that are peddling AI slop X posts of like Anthropic just killed every small business. Blah blah blah. It's like, here's why Wall Street's dead. Every retail trader can use Claude and do this and doesn't need Bloomberg. And it's like, are you kidding me? No, you're not even close. I thought Ken Griffin had it.
Can you do that one more time? Can you do that one more time?
Which one?
The first one.
It's too hard now. It's all in the moment. I'm sure I'll have another rant here shortly, but Ken Griffin was speaking at something, and he made a good point for all these idiots that keep thinking like You can build your own Bloomberg terminal. And trust me, when I've pulled data out of charting platforms and things, like there's good days and bad days of like making the workflows kind of work. It's not going to be able to do that. We're a little ways off from that, but it's very good at doing research and finding certain things. And if you can give it the right inputs, get the right outputs. The problem is it's not a replacement for just about anything. It's a good way of pulling and researching and doing different data repositories. So I thought Ken had a nice little way of kind of saying his mind has been changed, but it's still not replacing the human part of it just yet.
5090 min, but Mac Studio much better with RAM size. I mean, I have 64 gigs. Do I need more?
No, you're fine. Here's the thing. If you're going to say like, if you're trying to actually run like a true full size local model that would compare to using like Sonnet, that's a good luck. That's a lot of resource heavy things to not pay Anthropic a little bit of money right now. I think if you wait, eventually you'll be able to have a model as good and powerful as that locally, but I don't think we're there yet. I think you're better off doing smaller models that can take tasks and then still orchestrating with Codex or Claude. That's what I do, and it works very well. You need more than a 5090, 5080 to run some of these models full size locally. You need like your own little server rack, which the average person doesn't have. But yeah, as we're kind of stuck here on the lows, this is now an AI podcast. Welcome.
I'm just waiting for this overnight low.
I know, that's kind of what I'm doing. Like, I just want to see it be taken out now.
Kind of disappointed I didn't short the IB low on that pop to it. There's a market for public cloud AI servers. Maybe.
That kind of defeats the purpose. Oh, here we go again.
Mac Studio has massive memory. I mean, I can add more. I have 4 slots. You want me to put 256 gigs of memory in there?
You have 2 computers. I would be splitting work across them. Different models, different sizes, splitting tasks rather than having one model run all of the tasks because you can fit a bigger model.
Oh,
that's
well, then
the
in
key.
that case, I have 2 5080s and 100.
Trust me, that Leo, that would be a much
both.
better way to do it because then you could have one orchestrating and running smaller models on one computer and the bigger model handling like large, like for example, what I do, like I have my tower when it's not running like Ninja and stuff, it's rendering all of the vertical clips for me, and it does it like very, very quickly compared to every other computer. So you do tasks like that, and then you orchestrate other places. You just have them communicate locally on your network.
SysRAM isn't as important as GPU RAM.
Correct.
Probably fit another GPU in mine.
But yeah, we'll get you. We'll have Leo be the next AI maxer. Nothing will make me happier than to get a random DM and message from Leo on a Saturday that he's like in a loop with Claude and he's pissed off and something broke and he's like, I've been yelling at this thing for 2 hours.
Just like the way you helped me with the Roadcaster.
Well, I tried to help you and apparently you still messed it up. I could send my new mod bot. He could probably help you. We got all the bugs worked out with that. You know, bans people. It's great.
I do need to finish setting up my my office.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. I got the walls painted the color I want.
Nice.
Just need to get all of the other desk stuff unpacked, you know, and like some of the like my back scene, I guess. The scene behind me. Shelf. You know? Right now it's just blank.
Gonna do some fancy streamer lights, flashes.
Yeah. Is this a trading show or a nerding show? Well,
Both.
maybe right now it's a nerding show.
You have any
Why
questions
don't
we get
you hit
asked?
the like button?
You have any questions we get asked about AI maxing for the purposes of trading? Like, this is normal. I had a DM the other day literally ask me if I have done this type of indicator with some of these models for Ninja, and I haven't. I haven't tried to build a Ninja script type indicator yet. I don't know if I will. There's smarter people than me that are doing this stuff, and I also think I don't need an indicator because there's plenty of things that I need right now. Like, there's nothing I feel like I need to add. Leo, can you walk us through your short?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. So, the 5-minute mid is a trade that I guess I'm not famous for. It's just something that I talk about or used to talk about all the time. Still got old, but I still trade it. So I missed the first one because I wasn't at desk or on my computer, and then I saw that we were rallying off of this low back up into that 5-minute OR. And just started a position in the 290s against this low volume area right here, kind of the edge of this volume distribution. And I was actually using the OR mid as my out. So if we breached above that OR mid, that I would step out of the trade. And then, it just kind of liquidated from that point. Kind of disappointed I didn't add here on this 261s. That would usually be a normal add for me. I just didn't do it. And then just took profit. And then by the time I looked back, we were already down like 80 points. So that was it. So that's the reason I don't have any ads. Usually I would be, from starting from up here, I would be adding to it on the way down. So like this, and then this IB push, I didn't add. 2 missed opportunities for ads there, but it's definitely something that I would normally be looking for ads on. It's pretty straightforward short.
Nicely maintained.
Well
Nick,
kept, groomed.
Nick, the Daft Punk outro was sick. That was the Claude cut. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're going to take out the overnight low now?
That would be nice.
What is ES doing? About the same. Actually, a little weaker. Hey, Stowe.
Oh, Stowe's here. Stowe was doing rockstar shit last weekend.
He was. Since we were on the movie hype that everybody needs to watch great movies, did you finish Dune last night after we got off stream? That is the question the chat is probably waiting for. He finished Dune. Man, there's a lot of indecision down here.
Just let me know when we break below. I'm not even going to watch.
Jay Black, I've been trading on this show for well over a year, and I have taken a trade several times. I don't know where that's coming from.
Several times.
Like there's not a number that I could put on it, but like
I've taken several trades in the last
Yes.
year. I'll have you know.
several trades.
Haters gonna hate, and ain'ters gonna ain't.
Also, Jay Black Mountain, I was streaming in other places for an earlier time in my life, and I was sharing P&L every day. I don't necessarily do that anymore, nor do I want to. So
Big trades guy. Name all the trades you took.
big P&L shower guy too. Just not going to do that anymore.
Name all the trades, Nick.
There you see there's the OR mid, there's the failed auction inside or outside the IB. There is I think it's called a liquidity sweep or something. I don't know. I don't read this stuff. Here we go. We're going to take out the overnight low.
Love you both. Love you too, Jack.
Yes.
Jay Black.
We
I'm gonna
do
just call you
love
Jack.
you. We love our fans. We love our haters. You just, feel free to do it here where I am less powerful on the show. I have more power on my own. Yeah, I can't trade unless Claude tells me to. This is very true. And it was eyeballing another gold short about 20 minutes ago. But list my favorite trades by tiers, S being the best. S tier trade for me would be the 420 short on a day like today. Like the 420 short for zero basically is probably my favorite trade. And I think I took that for like 5 days in a row a couple months ago.
But Nick, we hate prop firm Chad, remember?
Oh yeah, you prop firm. Oh, I did just to keep the bit going. Prop firm Chad, if you are lurking somewhere in the stream or listening, you are unbanned from the channel, so we can keep this fun going. I think it was a good event of camaraderie for the chat to have a single person that apparently was the first person that everybody's just going to hate on the show. So that was fun. He was our first banned individual to the Shadow Realm. Here we go. Let's take out the overnight low. Oh, don't do that though.
That's nasty.
That's
nasty.
That is just
girl.
Gross. Did ES make a new low? ES, thank God. At least it made a new low. We got an edge alert that the Russie is continuing to sell off.
Did you say the Russie?
The Rusty.
I thought you said Russie, and I was like, what? What
It
is
might
he
be the
saying?
mic. The old Rusty. Yeah. So I figured you'd be jumping along with them since you were carving it up yesterday, trading Globex. What was that?
Sounds like my new dishwasher.
I don't know what that was. Wasn't me. Maybe it was.
Gama's in the room with us.
That tracks. Apparently, production told me it's a gamma alert, which means the white van is in the room, which means everybody be careful.
That's Nick's. The gamma is in the room with us alert.
Yes. Surprisingly, I do not have any of those. Yeah, I think everybody was looking at their phones, their computers when that sound went. Learned so much from you guys and everyone else here. Best channel on YouTube, hands down. Well, we appreciate you. Tell your friends. Bring them over to NT Live. I'm going to slowly here start talking about us hitting the 250,000 subscriber mark by the end of this year. I mean, we're at 216, so we're not, it would not be weird if we hit that in 2026 and make Delhi have to throw another party. So tell your friends. Coming out with us every day. The best live trading streaming show out there in the space. Nick, are you a Star Wars fan? I mean, I'm a fan of just about every good medium of pop culture that kind of exists. Like, I kind of like a little bit of everything. As you can see by the many non-AI thumbnails that I've created out there in the space, I'm a fan of many references to pop culture. Oof. Yeah, we got these fun trader profiles too that we've been slowly pushing out for all of our lovely contributors here on NT Live. If you see, there's a link to mine right there. And I added a little nugget for those of you that are interested in checking it out. There is a download of a must-knows from the absolutely free course that's sitting in there. So basically a PDF that you can download that'll have kind of the key hitting points, the must-knows, takeaways from what is a almost 40 module course down to a couple pages instead. So the abbreviated version. I can't believe we're not going to take out this low.
We're taking it out, Nick. Just wait. Be patient.
I have no patience. When I'm flat and I'm like trying to actively trade, like I have no patience. I'm just like, all right, now let's do it now, right now. Nick, do you by chance know Chase Crawford? I have no idea who that is.
Who's Chase Crawford?
Oh, Nick, you look like Chase Crawford. I have no idea who that is, but maybe. Thank you. It's better than what was the we had a good 2 weeks where somebody in the chat in an alt was calling me Sean O'Malley with an Adderall addiction, and I was like, that is like a very specific insult. He's an American actor. I guess I don't know who that is. Now I gotta look it up. Oh, the guy from The Boys. No, I've never gotten that one before. I'm still guys, this is the problem with once the baby becomes like mobile, my ability to watch series like fell off a cliff. I'm 2 seasons behind on The Boys, and I know it just had the series finale there. Several things I just have not watched, and I wonder when and if I will be able to ever watch them.
It's so hard to do life with babies, man.
It is, unless like for something like that, unless your wife is also on the same page of said series. If she's not interested in the series, then it may never happen. I may never be able to watch it ever again. Because I have no independent time, I guess. The independent time I might have to watch something, I probably dedicate it more to like, I'll watch sports when I want to. That's about it. But for me to sit alone and like binge 2 seasons of a show, that's just the very low probability of that happening. But if anyone finished the last season of The Boys, was it good? Do I need to dedicate the time? My third.
Are you guys, Nick? Are you guys? Is there more little ones in your future?
There'll be one more. I think. I mean, we're both in our late 30s, so I think there'll be one more. We're not in a rush though. I think I'm gonna wait till she's 3. I'd like to wait because I've seen my friends and stuff. Like once they hit that kind of like 3 to 4, they're a lot more independent, and it just seems like that'd be an easier path to raise the second one when that one is not as needed. Like that like jump that I see my friends' kids have between 3 and 4 is like that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we went. Are we back? I think the stream went down. Or am I crazy?
We're back. Back up.
We're back. Okay. Scared me for a second. It happened right as we were making new lows, and I thought the white van was doing something.
Gotta break this magic box.
Does not happen that much. At least lately.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we gotta hit it, you know. Come on, man. It's like 20 points away.
There it is. My output view of the stream, and I was like, okay, I don't know what we're showing. What's going on? I'm back. We are back. Everyone's safe. The market makers did not take the stream down. We made a new low. Buyers are trying to step in here at 860s. See us take out the overnight low before they do anything. Are those magic boxes part of the Order Flow Labs tools? Yes. This is a what would you call this, Leo? Like an extension of the V range?
Yeah. Mhm. They're kind of what some would refer to. Let's see how does best describe this, because I would just say it's an extension, like it's an extreme level where the market is likely to either bounce or pull back from. If you're, bounce, obviously, if you're hitting from the low, pull back from if you're hitting it from the high. And then if we do breach it like significantly, then it would become the new kind of pivot for the day. So like taking shorts against it, but it would have to be broken first, retested from below, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of just an important area. And it's currently pissing me off because I want to take out this overnight low so I can cover this short. But this area is it's doing magic box things.
It is.
I may just cover the trade and
Can't believe we didn't take out the overnight low yet. Let's do it. Come on. But everybody hanging out with us today, if you have not, please make sure you've registered for qualifier 2 or 3 of the Arena Cup. Tomorrow is the first qualifier of 3. And Stowe, myself, and I think Gloomy and a few others are going to be hanging out with you guys all day, trading the competition. So I think qualifier 1 is in fact full, but qualifier 2 and 3 are still open if you have not registered just yet. So come hang out with us.
Are we going to have any side bets?
I'm sure Stowe and I can con Loomy into competing and betting with us for something. If not, we're going to. I just decided now.
Mm-hmm.
I will find a way.
We'll get the bid out of this.
I know. Ridiculous. Nick, how do you put 2 volume profiles in the same screen? Well, one is a custom indicator that Leo is going to be shortly releasing for free, but it is the leg to leg and a delta volume profile of the current rotational swing leg that we're on. And then on the far right, it's just the sessions volume profile, which you can add today. So that'll be available soon-ish. No promises.
Oh, we can do it in a couple weeks.
Couple weeks.
I have to make sure it works on CL.
The problem with CL?
It's a bit of a meta joke.
Oh. I was going to say, I didn't beta them. I guess I wouldn't be a good beta tester because I have the other version, but I was trying to troubleshoot with you. So clearly that's a meta joke that I don't know.
The chat gets it.
Oh. Now I get it. Sometimes comedy is difficult, but I feel like we have a lot of layered jokes on this show over the last year plus.
Yeah, we do.
Like we go into all aspects of meta, including just the trading universe as it is.
Mm-hmm.
History, FinTwit. You've had to been around for a few years, at least a few years, at least since like 2021. I would like to formally file a complaint with the CEO of the NASDAQ for not taking out the overnight low. Just rude.
I'm gonna add here. And then if we push up higher, I'm gonna add too.
I was gonna wait. Leo, have you played with the Tradeovator, the NinjaTrader API for data stuff?
No.
I might try to do that. I was trying to build a few things this weekend and I was having trouble. So I wonder if that's a different way to potentially try to get the data I need. I'm at the point where it's like, I don't want my computers to have to be on 24/7 if I want to pull something or look at something a certain way. And I'm wondering if calling the API via Claude, via mobile would be a workaround to at least get what I need. I don't know. More nerd stuff. Yeah, that 7420 ES spot. Set up arrays, maybe. Okay, I'll check that out. There's like this is the problem though. Like I get so ADD that I just run too many projects. So one of my new projects this weekend is to try to organize all my projects into a single unified place. Like,
That's
so the whole like why software is not actually or is going to be killed from AI. Well, I am proving in real time that software is not dead because the right type of project management suite would solve a lot of my problems with me just losing track of where projects and things are in funnels. So I'm basically rebuilding a project management software internal for myself to understand what I'm doing and where everything is at status wise and what's on hold, what is waiting on data, what is waiting on me to authenticate something versus Claude or Codex. So yeah, software is not dead, guys. Just FYI. Because if I'm doing it as one person, God only knows some of these companies trying to do things on their own with thousands and thousands of employees thinking they don't need their software anymore. Do I know how much API on NinjaTrader costs? I thought the Tradeovate one is like $25 a month, but I could be wrong. I also don't know the full scope of what I can grab from that. So there may be a more enterprise one that does what I actually need to do that would be a lot more expensive. So I have no idea. Grumpy OG, there's a long discussion that we could have on that topic. I have thoughts, but we'll save that for another time.
Which one? What topic?
No, the what phases and areas of software will be extinct and what will be adapted. I've got a lot of perspective, but it's a long answer. I think a lot of companies are going to revamp, but the expertise, the level, we're back to the old like why you should not build your own versus buy, like that we used to be kind of in the post.com boom when software became like a real thing, when Salesforce was like the enterprise company for a lot of organizations out there, when they kind of set the stone of not building your own things on Oracle anymore. I think you're kind of back to that same piece where now you're paying for the expertise, the fact that you don't have to maintain it, and they will do all the AI layers for you. But we'll see.
We're going to push here lower from the ads in the 60s. So I'm going to cover the runner and then cover one of the ads and then leave 2 on for the overnight low takeout.
Grumpy OG.
Jim or Outstream, I just trade MNQ.
I think a lot of the good software names are not in trouble. I think they're thinking ahead and they're going to differentiate themselves. But some of the more niche players that are very specific point solutions, I think those are the ones that are going to be completely effed. Nick, I know there will be a series of trading strategy at NT Live. Can you education set up sessions for AI and trading? Sure. I'd be happy to start putting out some content out there if something seems relevant or people would enjoy that. I mean, I am by no means an expert. All of my understanding, at least trading related, it just comes from my background in kind of the tech biz dev world, and then just throwing myself into the AI vibe coding stuff and making a lot of mistakes, figuring things out. Also, just I said this last night too. You'll have success if you have, I guess, imagination in this type of thing. If you don't have ideas or you're not that kind of person, it may just not be the greatest fit for you, because it needs the conductor. You need to be a puppeteer. If you don't really know how to do that or how to be creative in some of these things, then it's going to be very generic, and you're probably creating stuff that is probably already open sourced and out there that you could probably just plug and play and not have to do a lot of development work on. But yeah, I'm happy to do some content if people would enjoy that. We've got the full live streaming stuff going, so we could always, keep it casual or bring up that stuff if things are boring someday. We'll see. I do already think the AI influencer space is very well saturated, and a lot of charlatans already.
Well,
there's a lot of charlatans telling you that you can kill Bloomberg in 2 hours by building this.
that's crazy, man. But can you?
Unfortunately, yes. The white van's going to stop you, though.
We don't need Fugers. We need Nick for a vibe code.
Yep. But if anyone wants to know what it's really like to sit here and vibe code and do things, you could ask Stowe and I and what it's like to be stuck in loops with Claude and Codex as you're trying to build something. I have noticed, I think, when every Fortune 500 company and all their employees are using Anthropic and OpenAI, that the models get dumber during the 9 to 5 hours. When you do things on the weekends, it tends to be a little better. I think the compute is well stretched during the Eastern and Pacific time, like core
They actually
working hours.
become lazy on the week during the week too.
Yeah, they 100% do. Like Claude tried to get out of, was literally telling me that he should do something versus one of the local models the other day. And then once it was time to do it, he was trying to get out of it and do it another session. And I was like, what are we doing here?
I have a very specific instructions for ChatGPT, and during the week it ignores them.
Yeah, you just got to keep things simple. That's when I run a lot of just skills and projects. Don't try to innovate or scope things and plan. Just have simple tasks that run during those hours. Scope at night or on the weekends. AI hates the weekdays like the human side. Yes, they apparently someone's personality was brought through these models, as we learned from capitalist maximizer Claude, who only believes in doing things with revenue. Do not give away anything for free, is what he continues to tell me. I can't believe we're still consolidating here in this 60-point range. But one of the reasons I think I've been successful at doing some of these things for a variety of different situations, trading, personal, other stuff, is this is I describe it as this. Like, what did Nick used to do in his old world? I, in a weird way, was a storyteller. And then I would hope people smarter than me could actually build kind of the vision behind what I was pitching or talking to a company about or trying to transform in their organization after hearing challenges and steps and issues. It's like, here's what I would pitch. And it would be like that. Here's the dream scenario that we can create. And that's kind of what me having my own personal developer and friends is kind of like now. I have the vision. It's just like, how do I put it into practice? I never had the technical skills to do that. That was a good ad, man.
Thanks.
Hell of an entry. Yeah, Austin, that's fair. It kind of became a slow session. We had that violence on the move down, like Leo's core short there, and now we've just been sitting and doing nothing. Just continuing to kind of slowly drift down. Granted, this is a nice little welcome correction off the all-time high from Friday.
Yeah.
Little cool off before what is likely we'll see what the bond traders want to do, but if they front run us to 30K and we correct right now, that'd be funny.
Hilarious. I would personally be disappointed we didn't hit 30K.
I'm shocked that suddenly, we care about what every other market or the bonds or anything else is doing. We haven't cared for 6 weeks, but now it's time. Now
it matters.
Right after the window of weakness is over.
All right, I'm going to cover one here, just because we're starting to bid out of this little, what I would consider a decent little area to rebid. So yeah, it's just like, if you see a good long setup and you're short, it's a good spot to potentially cover one. But I'm still going to hold one for that overnight low break. I'm still hoping for that.
Nick just rage baited Jim with market correction. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I said this like a week ago where we were getting to the stretched point where statistical anomalies come into play that is making it very hard for me not to want to like layer into a small swing short, because you're 30% straight up without a 2% plus pullback. Like, that's an anomaly in market terms, like without us doing that. So that's where I say correction. And when you look at statistics, like that's kind of what I'd be thinking when I say correction. Like, we had a pullback to cool us off after moving 30% straight up. You finally had a 2 to 3% pullback. I don't mean correction. That's probably fair.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. Good recovery there, Nick.
Jim, you're right. Someone said it. I had to use the right terminology. Pullback, not correction.
Oh, man. So who's in the trade? Which guys? Leo, you're still in the trade, right?
Leo's still in the trade.
Yeah.
All right. What's the game plan? Market on close?
I'm waiting for this overnight low to get taken out. I mean, I added to it. So, I've a lot of profit to, just to buffer this trade a little bit. My stops is still reasonable here. I think we get back up into prior day low. It's probably going to revert back up to the upside here. But yeah, I mean, just holding for that overnight low on this runner, I think is a fair ask. May not happen though,
Oh, it's definitely a fair ask. I like it, actually. Any event, great job today, you guys. Let's give these guys a round of applause right now. So I got to tell you, I saw your boy Stowe this weekend.
I know I got pictures and everything.
Jim, I heard a rumor that you and Tracy may or may not have started a mosh pit.
Well, I mean, it was in the spirit of the moment, man. I mean, it was. By the way, it was great. His show was great. He is a multi-talented person. I'm going to call him a kid because he is a kid, but he's multi-talented. His band and his group was so great. Everyone was mashing, man. For sure.
I love it. I'm glad you guys got to do that. Yeah. So is incredibly talented.
If anybody, here's the other thing about Stowe. The second thing, if you're ever down, you're feeling bad, you're feeling sad, you're down on life, whatever, you spend a weekend with this guy and it turns everything around. He's so positive, so happy, so fun. His laugh is crazy addictive. And he was a great host. He treated us very well. So if Stowe, if you're listening, thank you. Love you, brother. You are awesome. So you guys have high bars when I come visit you guys.
Oh, Jim,
don't worry, Jim. You won't remember the next day when you come hang out with me.
And Jim, we'll just take you out in the middle of nowhere and do some redneck stuff. So you'll have a great time.
All right. For sure. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate you as usual. Great job. And I'm going to go ahead and do a quick edge report and we'll end the morning stream.
See you, chat. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Oops. You know what? Am I sharing? I should be sharing my screen. Maybe not. Hang tight, everybody. Yeah, I think I'm good. All right. So interesting how Leo's trade it kind of plays into what I'm going to show right now, which I'm looking at the Russell, though. The Russell 2000, similar structure, actually, which makes sense, right? Stock index futures are all correlated. And right now, a couple of really important levels. Now, we talk about JAX, gamma levels, and all of this stuff. And you can see right here, I have JAX 1 highlighted 2780. What is that? This is the price point of an asset's option chain with the highest concentration of net gamma exposure within an expected one-day range. That's MenthorQ's definition. This is really where dealers and market makers are likely to hedge aggressively based on their options exposures of their customers. So this is a really, really important level. You know, there's JAX 2, there's JAX 3, there's JAX 4. There's more minor levels, but this is the biggest one. This is the big one. And let's just kind of track it overnight. Ever since the London IB, pretty much this has defined support most of the night. Pre-market, we dipped back down and tested it again at 710 to 720. We dipped down again and tested it recently, and we're kind of bouncing off it right now. We keep hitting it. Hit it. This is an area, a key area of support or resistance. In this case, it's support. Now, maybe we'll fail, and maybe we'll get down to Leo's overnight lows, which is, was really, really early in the morning here, right below that put support for the Russell. That's at 72. No, it's not. It's at 20. It's a 27.72 spot 8, give or take a couple of ticks. But it would require a break below. It would require a break below the London IB. So it would require a break below put support. So there's a lot of obstacles to get there. I'm not saying we can't get there, but that's what this is looking like right now. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is a couple other things. We have that 9 EMA. That's that gold kind of thin line I have right there. We're respecting it. We're getting closer to it. It's starting to level off, as it should when price starts going sideways. We're below the U.S. IB low and below previous sessions Friday's lows. So right now we're just consolidating between the two. And really what I'm thinking about is consolidating between the IB low and that GX1 level. There could be a break down to the downside or maybe a rally back up to VWAP. This is looking kind of heavy right now, so if I had to favor one or the other, I'd probably favor the bearish side. Now, we're so close to JAX1 that it could kind of oscillate around it right now without causing a ton of kind of velocity either way. But once we start tracking down to put support, velocity could pick up as well if we start tracking down that low. So that's the story of the Russell 2000. It's a really nice market to trade. I'm glad to see Salma doing it. Trading it often. We did 123,000 contracts already. The bid ask spread is a little light sometimes, so enter with limit orders when you can. Best practices. And then there's a micro. The micros have done 92,000. So there's a couple different options for you depending on your account size. It's pretty keen market. And then from a daily point of view, a bigger point of view, It also charts very, very nicely here. I mean, you could see it, really nice kind of rally and kind of a regular start of a regular retracement. Why didn't I add a regular fib from this point, this lower point here, this triple bottom here on the 31st up to the high? Because we had this sideways consolidation for way too long. So that trend kind of ended right there. So what I had to do is draw an extension, and I drew the extensions, a 3-point extension, and there are my levels right there I'm kind of looking at. The next one down is 2731.4. That's 1.27%. On the upside, we have that 23.6 still, and this is a daily, so it's a bigger point of view, a 2825 spot 4. So that is the story of the Russell 2000 stock index future small cap, and that is this morning's Edge Report. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions, for sure. Thanks, everybody. Super cool in the chat as well. Remember, tomorrow we are starting the Arena Challenge. It's session 1 is tomorrow, remember. I'm not sure if it's too late to sign up or not, but if it's not, Mission Control will throw a link in again this afternoon, so you'll be able to get in there as well. So having said all that, thanks for being here, folks. Looking forward to this afternoon stream. Regular start time, 2 o'clock, we're shy. Until then, have a nice lunch.